I can hear myself, so this is going to be a little annoying. Let's make sure all my settings are right. Voice mod. Okay. Woo! How about that? My voice, I hope it's good. No cloning. Safety. Okay. Mover is fine. Oh, and there we go. Okay. So mover's fine. Pasting. Yeah, I'm a little tall, but it makes sense for this character to be on our toes. Wait, I think I can fix that. So since you guys can actually see my view, my VR view, so I'm using excess overlay and a quick way to go into Steam VR settings. Oh, I'm technically not in Steam VR, which is interesting. Okay. Which is totally fine. Okay. I'm going to request. Let's turn off my voice changer first. Or hearing myself. Okay, minimizing all this. Voice changer still on. Cool. And I can keep that one window open. Okay, so social requesting off of. Well, Bros is in. Cool. And Jerkins. That is not grand. Huh. I wonder what character he's playing tonight. Rashish is going there. I'm requesting off of Sachi. Hey, cool. So, let me unmute and see. Think. Oh, the lips are moving good. Okay. So, and Sachi just confirmed. But I've got an invis function now. Very nice. But bracelet is what I'm going to be using tonight. I also have face expressions, and the Canon is actually turned off on this mode of the model. I have an RP mode that has a Canon. Oh! So we are jumping into the casino tonight. That is the nightly world. For purple Lotus. There we go. Got a loading room here that we're going to wait for the world to stabilize and jump in. Oh, there's spirituals. And Dollmaker. Sweet. Hello. Okay. Mic's working. Hello. Okay. I think we're all set. Set this one to my mic. And this one to... Wait, no. This one for getting ready for my expressions. This one ready for my mic. Greetings. Yes, I have. Nope. There is nothing on me. Thank you. Hello. Yes. Looks like Axel just walked in. How are you doing this evening? Good, yes. It's been a while since I've been to this location. I've mostly been going to the garden. Yes, it's more a matter of convenience. Yes. There seems to be a few new people here. That was last round. True. True. The garden has seen quite a few new people as well. That should be interesting. Hello? And you are? Oh, greetings. I did not recognize you. That is true. There have been quite a few people recently that have gotten suits. Yeah, I hear that you've been around the Glean Rats a lot more recently. I also heard reports that you were in the city during the action this weekend. Oh, it sounds very useful. I'm sure there are many people that are grateful for your presence. Yeah, yes, I spent a little of my own time in the lower city, but apparently not in the same areas that you frequented. I heard fighting was quite interesting in some places. Greetings. Yes, there is. Okay, yes. As soon as we hear the announcement that it's starting, we will come. Thank you. Sounded like it was soon. Yeah. Yes, after my creator was injured during the fighting, but he seems to be doing better now. Yes, haven't had much excitement since last weekend, but it's only a week, so who can tell? True. Let's let's hope it stays that way for a period of time. Yeah. Yes. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure that we'll get. It's merely there isn't much excitement outside of my creator has made some discoveries, and as you can tell with my my chassis being upgraded, he has had ample time to do his research and tinkering. Well, that had to be done to deal with the excitement. Well, there's a lot that know how bad it can get and want to be prepared. I really don't think it matters where he tries to hide. It happens to the best of us. Actually, a deer. Hey, maybe there are like multiple performances. Yeah. Being tied up in that situation makes sense. My. Oh, I didn't know you could get that in here. Yeah, the bracelets take care of that. Axel is pretty epic. That dude is so cool. Sorry, chat. I didn't know the game froze. See what's going on here. There. Thanks. Sorry about that, chat. That was weird. Okay. Back in.
Oh, yes, we've met as well.
Oh, nice.
Yes, we've met.
Oh,
Flux.
What was
That's gonna
that?
be a new swear word. I swear. I said,
Which one?
flux. That's gonna be my new swear
Oh,
word.
Flux. Ah, I see. Yes, it seems the Flux is having a hard time containing you.
Hello, DJ.
Hi, how are you?
I don't even think it's a Punisher. I think it's like a Screechy.
So many familiar faces tonight, always warming.
I'm losing the plot here.
Yeah, me too.
Ooh!
And I just stepped in. How are you? I saw you over here dancing, and I was like, "Whoa, that's my friend dancing. Look at him break it down." You are good at dancing. Look at you.
That was the plan, I think.
Hello, keychains.
Fast.
Hi.
Hello.
Are you begins once again? Are you a changeling or whatever the fuck?
You good at dancing?
Is it Drake?
I'll give you a few.
Oh, you got it.
Looks different every single time.
Good evening.
One second.
I'm not sure. I believe that was the one performance, which is a bit of a shame, but it was still good. I'm sorry if you missed it. Oh, goodness. No, that's a shame. It was a fantastic recital. It's a shame you missed it.
Wait, I just remembered.
Still.
Dervish. I just remembered. Didn't he
Rather
say he
good song.
remembered you by remembering dirt and another word? A not so good word?
Yeah, here's hoping. So how are you this evening, M4?
In the white room, yeah. I think he's...
I'm doing rather
I'm
fine.
not gonna say it.
No major difficulties. Just, enjoying the weekend between expeditions and traveling and such things. So, rather good week so far.
My career was injured during the fighting of last weekend, but that has only given us more time. to work on things. As you can see by my chassis, we did a few
Yes.
upgrades.
Yes, I can tell they've put your designation on the front there with a new chest plate and a bit new of a headpiece, I believe. And now look, they even... fantastic. You know, I've never really looked at detailed the Purple Lotus band armbands before. That's fantastic. I should really look at this more often, but what can be done? They are. If you forget all the bits of how they can suppress powers and change states and such things, but you know, nice looking nonetheless.
Well, I like to look at it as signifying the safety that we're supposed to have within this place.
Oh, that's also true. You know what I mean? I'm just a little bit too paranoid at times.
It's just a necklace around me, though.
Ah, I see. So you should. Well, good evening.
I'm guessing you know about Lotus.
Yes, you're looking rather great with all your new upgrades and such things. From your base chassis the first time we met, it is far more, I suppose, inferior to your current form. Congratulations.
My thanks. Compliments from my creator.
Still, compliments to him and yourself. You are the one, I suppose, who has benefited from these upgrades and such things. So, compliments to both.
Yes, he does allow me a great deal of freedom in choosing what the next upgrade would be.
Wait, are you saying he has a better mustache?
I see. So, are these all just cosmetic, or are they for other purposes I'm not aware of?
Some of it was to prepare me for action during the last weekend.
Oh, yes, the war or such things. I heard about that.
My apartment got destroyed in that. So,
Oh no! I heard you were worried about it. It was actually destroyed in the conflict, though. That is a shame. Have you acquired a new one, or?
landlord's working on fixing it. For now, I'm staying in kind of a shitty apartment, though a friend of mine named Graham offered to let me stay in their place for a bit.
Oh, Graham is letting you stay. Fantastic.
Yes.
Yeah, in their shit.
Yes, indeed. I heard they did a great deal during the war effort and not. But I suppose you can only do so much with collateral damage and such things.
Oh, yeah.
I did hear there was quite a bit fair amount of it, rather. But
I mean,
not
it
as
happens. I'm just happy to be
war is
alive
war.
and have
Of course.
have a place that will eventually I'll be able to go back to. Good
Yes,
news,
unfortunately.
I did manage to find my sword. No one jacked it.
Oh, fantastic! It wasn't looted in the struggles and whatnot. Fantastic. Good to hear.
Nothing special, but I'd rather not buy a new one.
Ah, yes, I see. Well, things are expensive, no matter, even if you have to just replace them and such things, I'm sure. Well, oh, there's even a little... I didn't even notice that behind you. That's a fantastic addition. Not the tail, but I believe it's like a scarf or something of the sort, or perhaps a cloak or something. It looks great.
It's
a bow.
It has to do with the scissors.
It's a bow like ribbon.
Wow. Oh, I see. Couldn't quite tell from trying to look behind you. Oh, I see. It does look nice. Fantastic. It's both decorative and functional.
Yes, it is a type of antenna.
I see. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Just when the night was getting good. That, Axel Prime fellow has entered the establishment.
Yes,
Oh, I see. Well, as long as he's doing something worthwhile, then.
I spoke with him yesterday.
You spoke with him yesterday?
Yeah. I was getting a drink, and he proceeded to walk up to the bar and tell a story of how ninjas killed his family, so they killed demons as recompense.
I believe. What was the one story he was telling me? Something about how he spilled a.
I didn't die.
Yes, he spilled milk at breakfast or something, and his father was mad at him, and he has a tattoo to commemorate the event or something of the sort. So,
What?
yes,
That makes no
that's.
sense.
Yeah, I
Okay.
know. Yeah, I believe he said he has a tattoo for every tragedy in his life, which is why he's covered in them. I don't think spilling something at a breakfast table would, deem such a tragic tale, but here we are.
I stubbed my toe on my bed when I woke up, so I've got a
Ooh, fantastic. Another fantastic performance is about to start.
I think that warrants a tattoo.
I believe it.
But I know it changes. A reckless tide untameable. You came my way and I knew a storm would come too. You lift me high or let me fall. But I took your hand, promised I'd withstand any blaze. You blew my way, 'cause something inside it solidified, and I knew I'd always stay.
Hello, Professor.
You can build me up,
great.
you can tear me down, you can try, but I'm unbreakable.
How are you?
You can do your best, but I'll stand the test. You will find that I'm unshakable. When the fire's burned, when the wind has blown, when the water's dried, you'll still find stone. My heart of stone. You say we're perfect, a perfect family. You hold us close for the world to see. When you said you're the only one I've ever loved, I mean those words true.
I recently just switched up my mic, so I haven't had a lot of input.
But I know without my son, your love could disappear. And though it isn't fair, but I don't care, 'cause my love will still be here. You can build
There.
me up, you
That
can
better?
tear me down.
Yeah, I'm still
You can
quiet.
try, but I'm unbreakable. You can do
How about
your
that?
best, but I'll
Yeah,
stand
now I'm
the
going into
test.
yellow.
You will find
It's probably
that
better.
I'm unshakable. When the fire's burn,
Sweet.
when the wind
Thank
has
you.
blown, when the water's dried, you'll still find stone. My heart of stone. Soon I'll have to go. I'll never see him grow. But I
I really appreciate it, though. Thank you.
He'll never be alone. 'Cause like a river runs dry and leaves its scars behind, I'll be by your side. 'Cause my love is set in stone.
Yep, we are graced with a performance tonight. which is pretty awesome. Not every night gets perform live performances.
You can't break me. The fire's burned, the wind has blown, the water's dry, you'll still find stone.
Yeah, I can kind of play a few instruments, but I'm no good at singing.
My heart of stone.
You know, playing the trumpet is awesome though.
The fire's burned, the wind has blown, the water's dry, and you'll still find stone.
Learning an instrument is amazing. It's a good thing to do. Teach you many skills. Nice!
Very good, very good.
Well done!
Fantastic.
Woo! Oh, and never mind the voice changer. Keep on forgetting that it's on. It's the character I'm playing as a robot.
Oh, that was amazing. That was excellent.
She did well, yes. Yes, that was a good performance.
Oh yes, yes. Just recently, right now. Really good. I mean,
Holy shit, that
your
was
friend
so
of mine,
good.
I think I'd be happier to pursue whatever supernatural
Rick.
forces bind him away.
How about you go
You're
up there?
evicted out of this establishment.
Oh, goodness. I was rather blown away by it. I haven't heard such good musing since back in the days when I was in college and such things. Getting the what did they call them? The bardic masterpieces. That's what it was. So if you went to a normal college and such things, you'd have to present a sort of final thesis for your studies and such things. But for a bardic college, you had to present your first masterpiece of sorts. And some it was an art piece, to others it was a musical piece, some it was just a book they had written throughout their tenure and such things. So it was quite nostalgic to hear such decent's the wrong word, fantastic singing.
I think I would like to visit one of these bird colleges. Sounds very, very
Yes, they're
interesting.
fantastic. Yes, it's a school of art, musing, and study. They're fantastic places to be if you're one inspiring for an art form of some sort. And don't let such things as, you know, oh, I must paint, I must draw, I must write or sing or such things be, you know, restrictive to your thought of what art is. If one of my favorite studies was of one of the first bards to attend the college was an orc. His name is sort of lost to the records nowadays, but he was Kamekian in origin, and the Kamekians of my world are rather, shall we say, brutish mercenary families, I suppose you could put them that way. Although I suppose they've changed over the years, but originally during that time they were rather close mercenary families. So this one went to attend the college because he had an aspiration to find his place in the world, and he was a rather great warrior. So what he would do is, with the pieces of his battles from his opponent's armors and such things, he would gather pieces from them, and then his masterpiece to present to the Bardic College was a recreated armor piece made from different pieces of armor from his travels and battles.
Oh yes.
So it is a amalgamation of beautiful pieces of armor, not smashed but put together into a fine armorette or statuette, whatever you would want to call it. So, and there's quite a few of them lining the halls still to this day at the college, though I haven't visited in a while. Perhaps that's changed. But it's a fantastic piece, and it shows that anyone can do any form of art anywhere if you put your mind to it and are willing to invest your passion.
Thank you for the water and posture check. I do need to sit up straight.
So I
I
got
injured my back
long-winded
last
there.
weekend, so
That's fair.
chicken is good. Yes, that is a good story. I enjoyed it.
Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
If you want long-winded, and if you, I need to introduce you to the person. I imagine all
technology
you're on
and
field day.
medicine.
Me and Drake here, we have a friend named Arthur.
Ooh, so that is true.
He is extremely old and has a
Evening.
shitload of stories about a shitload of stories about like the various wars he was in, that sort of thing. I
Thank
imagine
you
you've
for
been
the watering.
Oh, I see. But if
a
you,
lot of history in that man.
Get on my VR and watch.
for being a
Cool.
a shapeshifter of sorts, you must really know when to ask permission for pets or
certainly
slithering
tried our
on
best.
one's person.
No less than our best.
I mean, if you wish for a pet, that's fine. You have to simply ask.
I'm sorry, the flex is getting me real bad right now. I didn't mean to.
Oh, no, of course
It's
you're
actually
fine.
whipping me around quite a bit.
I haven't actually seen him in a
Oh,
while.
goodness. Well,
The flex is bad.
perhaps you should,
I'll just lay
oh, what
here.
I see, of course. I thought he was, because he glided under my hand like he was looking for a good back rub, like a cat or something of the sort. So I was like, if you want a pet, that's fine, but you know. And then earlier, during the first performance, I felt him slide around my shoulder and then come
Oh,
in
that's
onto
what you're referring
onto my
to.
shoulder here. Yeah, so I was just like, you know, it's fine and all, but...
Oh, I thought it was just very
Simply ask
friendly.
permission. Oh, nice. I jest, of course.
Oh, good. I joined up with the crew.
I spotted Arthur for a
Part of
second.
a tanning ship.
Oh, you did?
He was over there. I spot him again. I'll have to introduce you to him.
What is that line? Did anyone else see that, or is that just me?
I believe is what we're calling ourselves.
What line?
Well, I suppose it's just me, never
What are
mind.
you referring to?
Nothing. I believe I'm going crazy, or there's just the flux getting to me, but there's a weird red line cut across the middle of the floor there, so I'm sure it's just the flux.
A little hard to describe.
There's a red carpet.
Line there.
Who knows? Maybe it's
Yeah,
some
there's
sort
the
of,
carpet.
Like, transient.
Yeah. It's odd because it's still there, and I'm worried if it's just some sort of enchantment or something put on me. But there's a red line that starts right there in front of that chair. It goes down a little bit like a line graph, and then straight up, and then cuts all the way across the casino. I'm sure it's just the flux, but
You know,
it's rather odd to see.
I think that's just you. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, well, I suppose it's just the flux getting to me then.
Oh, there
A
he
rather
is up there. We got-
odd side effect, but so be it.
There's a
The artifact should be stopping effects like that. It's probably harmless.
Oh, and see, and it's gone. Yeah, I looked away from it.
Not
It's trying to make me sound crazy, I swear. The Dawn Flux. First Drake, now me. Good evening, by the way. I'm Marcus DuPont.
Good
I
evening.
believe we haven't formally met.
Oh no, we've met. It's Graham, my friend, but I'll shake your hand anyway.
Oh my goodness! You look fantastic. I am sorry. I did not recognize you in that new form.
I made the same mistake.
Hello again, my friend.
You got rid of the
Thank you very
wings,
much.
finally. Fantastic.
Oh yes, yes. I don't even care about the rest of it. Just the wings being gone is fine enough.
Oh, yes.
I-
Oh,
I
you look
understand-
sharp. You look
I
fantastic.
And your pain.
Thank
of
you.
Having something on your backside that stops you from sitting properly.
Sitting,
Yeah.
obstructing people from getting behind him, and so, although I suppose in some cases that could be an advantage, but you know,
That's
Yes.
fair.
still.
I can finally
It looks
sleep on my back
fantastic.
now.
Oh yes,
I'm
you can.
so happy.
Fantastic.
I'm
You're
so
much
happy I
more
can finally sleep on my
agile.
back.
My name is Keychain.
Oh yes, I'm no longer bumping into things.
Well, it
It's
was
a good
empty
thing
anyway.
these cups are non-spill.
Yeah.
Yes.
I finished it during the
Hey, what
performance,
is
so
called
it's
a sippy cup, I believe.
Oh, I would hope not. That would make me look like a juvenile.
I think they have some sort of enchantment on them so that they don't.
Yes, they have an anti-spill
Oh,
enchantment on each glass.
Made a good first
It's
impression.
So they
very
don't
nice.
spill.
Oh, I
I
where
just
they?
found this earlier.
Oh, oh, goodness.
No one has an obligation.
I guess it makes it a bit slippery though. Very,
However,
It does make it a bit
Yeah.
slippery. Yes.
That's
Sorry.
the thing.
Apologies.
Thank you. I'm going to go get rid of this cup. It is cursed, it seems. I'll be right back.
Yes.
That's good
Basket
right
right
there.
there. Oh yeah. Yes. The cups here. They're special, I must say.
Yes. No place in the metaverse like it, I suppose. Though I don't know, I haven't explored much of it. Should rather. Although I'd have to find a way to get in between dimensions, and I feel like that's already hard enough.
Yeah, but yeah. I mean, I haven't been to a different dimension before yet, and I've been around for a little while now.
I've only ever been here and then a couple other cities. Very planet bound.
What was that? Rather odd.
Oh
Thanks
yeah.
someone on the balconies.
Oh, I see. I heard a rather odd
you
word,
a-
and I was just curious.
Yes, I did as well. Are you enjoying your night so
Someone
far, my
saying
friends?
a lot of women do. I'm doing well.
Yes.
That's good to hear. That's good to hear.
Quite good. Quite good.
What would you do if I just grabbed you? There you go.
He would teleport out of your hands where he's experiencing heavy flux.
Understandable.
A shapeshifter such as he
Very
has a hard
heavy
time, stabilizing in here, so he, mostly just kind of sits around.
Have you tried the white room?
Still, again, Graham, you look fantastic, and I see you've adapted the attire of the Leonhardt family. Nice sharp
Yeah.
suits and such things. Does everyone drape their coat over themselves, or is it just a fashion choice of sorts for the family?
It'd be really.
Oh no,
really
it has a
painful
representation within the family, but
Oh, I see.
yes, everyone has coats.
So it's symbolic.
I see. Oh, I see. So
Yeah,
it's like
it's
a
symbolic in a way.
family, like a family crested cloak of sort.
Yes, almost. Actually, I have the crest all over me. I have it here.
Oh, yes, there, and on the, I believe
And the
on the
badge?
earpiece, or if I'm mistaken.
Yes, on the headpieces as well. I have both sides.
I
I'm
see.
quite
Fantastic.
hearted out.
Yes, they've done quite a number to you. Fantastic.
Meth him.
Yes.
Oh, you look good. Yeah.
You.
Meth him. Look past Graham. Look past
What?
Look fast.
Oh, there's the man himself. Here, let me introduce you to Arthur.
We've met before. The Sir Archaeologist. Yes,
I'm gonna start walking around.
I've had words of him.
I have not been able to leave like this floor the entire night. I'm gonna go wander around.
I have not ventured upstairs either.
Yes, I started upstairs. Yes, quite an interesting tale. Not to be rude, but I always find issues with archaeologists and such things. They always seem to have a pompous air about them. I'm sure he's fine. It's just there's a bit of a stigma, if you mind.
Wouldn't a lot of your research be similar?
What was that?
Wouldn't a lot of your research be similar?
Yes, it would be, which is why there's usually almost airs of conflicts and such things. And there's... How do I explain this without sounding rude? Exactly, there's a debate over whose field of designation is what, and the fact they get more of the budgets a lot of the time because it's archaeology, and archaeology is the cornerstone of research for the past, and so it's a whole
People
The
are
bit-
always
the-
more interested in the shiny buried things over the stories that people are telling.
Exactly. And someone is, look at the archaeologist found an artifact, and meanwhile the scholars have deciphered the scales and writings on the wall and such to tell you the story of such artifact. So, I don't have an issue with him, of course, but archaeologists in general tend to grind my gears, so to say.
That's fair. If you want to be letting in on a thing, we've noticed that he says, like, pretty much in every story there's at least one mention of war. So we started a thing where we count every time he says war, and he has to pay Graham some amount of money depending on how many times he says war in a night.
No,
Yes,
that's fine.
that is pretty common no matter which history you look at.
I mean, he's been in a lot of wars.
Yeah, so it would seem.
Oh, he's been in them.
These people have. A lot of wars. It's a fun game to play. Though I am worried for his pockets if he is actually paying Graham. I'm not sure if it's just a joke or if he's actually paying Graham money.
Well, I'm sure being an archaeologist, he makes plenty of money. I wouldn't be too worried about that.
That's fair. That's fair.
Ugh. Their budgets are always so high for no real reason. I'll be honest. They get access to multiple crews and digging equipments and specialists and all such things, and then what do us scholars have? Oh, here's a room full of paper, quills, and the notes that the archaeologists took on that site, and enjoy deciphering it. So. So, you said you wanted to explore the building, if I remember correctly. Feel free to. I don't want to hold up any of your time. I believe I will go exploring around as well and meeting new faces if possible.
Yeah, I was just saying I hadn't this evening.
Oh, okay. Well, perhaps we should go investigate the White Room. I'm always curious what's going on in there. It's one of the few enclosed spaces in the casino, and I'm always curious what sort of shenanigans happen in there. From what I hear, it's quite often just odd things.
I'm guessing it's the room up there. I don't think I've
Yes, the room in the back up there, yes. Oh, good evening.
Hello. Little one.
And what might your name be? And or race or such? I am Marcus DuPont. Good to meet you.
I'm Nathan.
I'm Embor.
I see. Well, welcome. Oh, I see. Meeting eye level, fantastic.
Eric? Can I take a very incriminating picture of you with butter all over your body?
Do be careful climbing on the tables and such things.
There are a few short people at the garden that do such things. I'm not sure if it's okay around here, but they have been okay at that location.
Yes. Quick out of character. I think they're Japanese, so they probably don't know a lot of English, from what I could tell. So.
I see.
Yeah, that's what I
I
was
checked their
thinking.
nameplate real quick. All just Japanese symbols. So, anyway.
Yeah.
Card back up.
Yeah. Interesting person.
Still, that was rather odd, but there's been odder. Some are prime examples in the building tonight, but
A lot of interesting people here.
Yes, the multiverse has many variants. You'll never know who you meet.
Oh yes, quite an interesting bunch. Interesting stories, interesting tales, interesting people, interesting outfits, and all sorts. Just enough to fill your mind with questions and quandaries for every evening. It's fantastic.
It's also safe, which is nice, and most of the stuff is fairly cheap.
Exactly. I still have to figure out that conversion rate. Now I'm a little worried. But, something for later, I'm sure. Because from what I was told from a new friend from the onsen the other night, gold is rather a rather good conversion rate from what I heard. So I want to make sure I'm getting my proper pricing and such things.
Yes, speaking of rates and currency, how's your land doing?
Oh, fantastic. It's taking a bit of time to, get the profit backs for it, but it's slowly trickling in. My merchant friend is providing good deals for me. And we're slowly... Oh, I own a small piece of land, yes. I bought up a farm with my savings, so... We're currently investing into a farmland that grows carrots and turnips and other hardy root vegetables and such things that can be traded to the northern part of the area for a bit of an upcharge and such things. So it's doing rather well. The season is almost ending, I believe, for them, so it should be harvest rather soon. And from there, we should have a good enough stock to trade upwards. And from what I can hear, my merchant friend has rather given me a decent deal on the exchange rate, so because he's the one carrying the goods and such. I've essentially just laid the groundwork for the I suppose the shop. And exactly, I'm more of an investor rather than a proper business owner. So so I'm hoping to see returns from that rather soon. We've gotten, some small local sales, but that's, neither here nor there. That's more into the farmer's pocket than mine, so.
I wouldn't know much
I'm
about
hoping.
running a business. I've always ever been an employee, so to say.
I
or
see.
Independent.
It takes a bit of know-how, it takes a little bit of luck, and it takes a bit of knowing people. So, if you have contacts, you can form a network of reliable services. If you have know-how, you know how to exploit those services and know what's going to be good on the market and such things. And it always helps to have a little bit of backing as well. So either coin from your own pocket or coin from others. Careful on that part, though. That's another one of those knowing people bits where...
You don't want to get investors from like sharks and stuff. I've seen people
Exactly.
had a dip with a pair of cement shoes that way. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
That's best not to mess with folks like that.
Yes, indeed. And I fear rather, that I did kind of, well, not mess with one, but, shall we say, took a favor from one, and I'm hoping to pay it back rather sooner than later. I haven't seen him in a good while, though, so here's hoping he, either doesn't return, or returns on a day I'm not here, or if we do run into each other, I will have the appropriate, favorable return for him, such as gold back or such things. So.
Well, hopefully you don't get loan sharks. If it ends up like one of those people who just like, oh, yeah, all right, you did this for me, but the debt isn't paid. You need to do this for me, and then so on and so forth, and you need to dip. My apartment's always like open to friends.
Yes. Well,
of course,
yeah.
you seem like the type who would try add like as much as he could pay off his debts. You seem like a very honorable man.
Of course, I attempt to. I try not to be one in debt of others if I can help it.
Yeah.
It's not really
Ideally.
one that I feel comfortable with, yes. So, ideally, if I can pay back a debt, I will do so, but there's paying back a debt, and then there's being unreasonable with your expectations for that debt. So, hopefully most people I deal with can understand where that line is,
Yeah. At some point, it basically becomes slavery.
Exactly. And we abolished that years ago.
Good. Slavers are terrible and all should die.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. Oh, God.
I know, we were gonna go see that white room, I think.
Oh yeah, let's go explore. Yes, of course. How could I forget? I got wrapped up in another story. I have to stop doing that, where I get an earworm into people's ears. I apologize. Well, I mean, I don't apologize for the good stories. I apologize for keeping people's attention for so long, though.
Yes, they are
Let's go
entertaining.
explore. I will
Exploration.
follow.
Go.
I'm gonna go back to my ship and relax first.
Let's see if the flux allows me to.
I would love to hear you sing more. You have a very, very nice voice.
Okay.
Oh yes, Sachi and the butter.
Excuse me?
Fast, oh my god. Remember my name, if you remember my name.
Quite a few people coming up and down.
Yes.
All sorts today. Oh, let's see what's happening in the White Room. Oh.
I know this one.
Rather tame, I suppose.
The flux in here seems to be a little better.
Oh yes, indeed.
Oh god, that's so funny.
Why is this one making you laugh?
Why is she dying?
Messaged me, and you said you were gonna relax in the laughter.
He's resting his eyes. Leave him alone. You know,
Let him have his time.
yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking,
Oh,
did
yeah.
you see like the whole thing?
See, I wonder if they ever actually have any dealers for this game. I'm always curious. Although, I suppose I could just come by and do it myself, couldn't I?
told me that I should check it.
Yeah, Rashish was talking about playing Monster Device.
I see. Well, I know a form of... I know...
I try to cheat, so get in trouble for
Oh,
that.
yes, so, yeah.
I mean, what?
Rather swift with your hands and such things. Tell me if you have a spare deck on you before we start playing. There's all sorts of forms of this. There's, I believe, a form of proper poker. There's blackjack, which has a rather interesting name, actually. So blackjack, poker, dwarven poker. I know dwarven poker rather well. I learned a lot of that back in the day, but that one's not using cards. That one uses dice.
How you doing?
It's actually an easier form of poker as well. If you're inexperienced with the card game, the dwarven poker is rather simple.
I'll have to see if I can learn that.
You
That
cunt
sounds
just
interesting.
told you that? Damn. I
Yes,
always
essentially everyone gets a stack of 5 or 6 dice, if I recall, and then everyone rolls, and then from there you get to take or keep away cards in that pile, or dice rather, and then from there it's just, I believe, a series of turns where you re-roll the dice you don't wish to keep. And from there, it is just at the final call, everyone presents their dice, and it's all up to the amount of, like, there's, like, flush and royal flush, or rather just straights and doubles, and so it's a lot simpler than normal poker, because poker has suits and all sorts, but dwarven poker is just either pairs or straights and such things like that. So it's either, do you have doubles, do you have triples, or do you have a line of numbers that fill up all your dice. Such things. Rather simple, but still a good game of poker. Yeah.
I usually find dice games are usually a lot harder to cheat on.
I mean, no, it wasn't.
Exactly.
I have no
The
idea what
dice
you're
are a bit
talking about.
bigger,
I didn't hear
and
the whole time.
it's more difficult to match dice of what it's being played. Because you always got to make what you're using match is the deck, or in this case, dice. If you're
Yes.
using a different deck, you'll get spotted instantly.
Mm-hmm. And then there's also the there's always the preference if you don't use anyone else's dice but the house dice, because otherwise you get issues coming up with weighted dice and such things like that. Yes. A rather nice table for this though. Usually I'm just playing around tavern tables and such things, or gamble house tables. It's felted and such things. Yes. I don't know what I believe that. Oh wait, hold on. Do these? Ah, I see. They represent currency. That makes sense. So each one is a category of currency, going from 1 all the way to what, 5, 10, 15. No, 20, 1,500, 500,000, 5,000. All over to 5,000 credits. Wow. High risk.
Yeah. The reason you have chip like that is so people can't do the classic move of, hey, what's that over there? They all look away. You grab all the money. You sprint off.
Yeah, you sprint off.
I may be guilty of doing this at least once.
Yes, that sounds very dishonest.
Yes, it's the trade of a lot of rogues and such, you know. You can't rely all on the luck. That's for the bots.
Yeah.
Especially with some of the tricks that some bots do now.
That is fair. I've always found that people like of that sort of profession are always weirdly lucky.
Yeah, so it's not a coincidence. It's a bit of a, shall we say, a bardic secret. Just how rogues, yeah, it's just how rogues have a secrets of the trade, such things. So do bards, in a sense, where, you know, there's a reason for all the luck and natural jazzy performances and such things. But again, tricks of the trade. Unfortunately, I know of them. I cannot perform a lot of them, so I cannot be as dishonest or as lucky as most would be, I'm sure, in my profession, or at least feel. So.
Yes, we got the chance to see one of these bards a while ago at the onsen, I believe. Since then, I have been very intrigued.
Yes. Yes, ebb and flow. I had a rather good talk with them, being a fellow bard and such. A rather enjoyable experience. They're sisters, but I believe they inhabit the same body, so they trade out forms or something of the sort, but I'm not too certain, so.
I imagine that probably could become very annoying at certain points, especially if they're siblings.
I'm sure, but again, I am not ebb and flow. I do not know their circumstances, so. Still. Although it's not as rambunctious in here as I thought it would be, so I believe all the jazzy and shenanigans and such things are being conducted outside. A lot of people in here as well. Well, not in here, but the casino in general.
Yeah, it's nice and peaceful.
Yes.
Especially if there's not a lot of flux.
Exactly. I wonder if Drake would enjoy it in here more so.
Perhaps.
Although I suppose that defeats the purpose and such things.
You want to see a magic trick?
Sure.
It's not actual magic, because you can't do actual magic here, but here.
Well, yeah, of course, but I mean, oh yeah, here.
Sleight of hand.
Yeah, this is the simple. Hey, I mean, you learn to do it. If you want to learn how to pickpocket people, learning magic.
Sleight of hand is not always negative, from what I've heard.
No.
Yeah, this is a simple one. I imagine this is a classic one. A coin. Coin's gone.
Oh.
It's not up my sleeve. It's not on the back of my hand. You would see that she's flipped it to the other side of her hand.
Ah, I see.
Yeah. See, no coin. No coin. Gone. Where is it? Back here.
Ah, the classic.
Wow, you are very skilled. Very skilled, and no magic involved. Wonderful.
Yes,
No magic involved. Yeah. See, I can just you see, I can just take it. Take it and hang on. On my hand at all. Yeah, see, it's not up my sleeves. It's nowhere.
Oh goodness, it's the cartoon lady again. The one that made that one man almost die from laughter.
Yeah. I don't see the laughter man anywhere. Yeah. Anyway, there's a coin there. There's a coin there on the table in the middle of it.
Fantastic. Oh goodness, there's more of them.
Well, look at you.
And you said nothing was happening in here.
Oh, that's...
Oh yeah, now I've eaten my own words apparently.
You've jinxed it. You've created action.
Now, would you like to see a bardic trick?
Oh, sure.
Hey, simple. Pick up that coin that you had. Right.
Oh, yeah.
It's rather simple. Now, which head would you like it to flip on? Heads or tails? Heads? Fantastic. It will flip heads. And you'll just try to attempt to... Heads. Now, you would think that's simple probability, right? 50-50 and all that nice. Now, but keep trying to flip it.
Heads.
Yep.
I was gonna say, you always hold places as good as Ben here. Which bird?
Bit of
To be fair, I didn't get it for reference purposes.
Yep.
That's neat.
Sounded like a bit of a good changing of fates there and whatnot.
Very impressive.
A good story, yes, a good story can never be up to chance, as a bard would say.
I imagine if you have skills, if you have the ability to do whatever that was.
Besides that, though, I mean, I can just take these things
Can't use
off.
magic
I'm
in here.
neurally connected to me.
Yes, well, for bards, that was a rather simple one, but just imagine being in combat and having that same effect. A guaranteed strike, you could say.
This is just another, I call it revenge clicks.
He's inspecting it to see if it's weighted.
Aptly named.
No, it's a chip off this table. We just walked in here.
I never thought about it that way. I just thought
Besides that, though, I mean, he's the trade-off. I got this fancy suit first. He got his full suit of armor. First, though.
Simple little bardic inspirations and such things, because a story can never not have a hero, and the bard's job is to always shove that hero to the front and such things, at least in combats and whatnot, so it is a bardic secret of sorts. Exactly. And no better story is telling than the one of life, so having the story happen in front of you is always a good thing.
This is a very nice.
I just noticed there is a very small man.
Thank you.
It goes well
Which
with
one?
golden plating.
I mean,
The small? Oh, that one. Oh, I thought you were talking about.
Other than that, though, I haven't seen large yet.
Yeah, I realized. I did not. I thought that was someone's foot or a figure they brought.
Absolutely. Conveniently timed, too.
Oh, I'm gonna be there to see her reaction, most definitely. You've been waiting for this for a long time now.
It could be a spell of some sort, a reduced person or something of the sort, but reduced person only brings you down to a size category smaller than yourself, so most creatures...
There's one about that tall that frequents the garden.
Oh, I see.
And he looks like a regular man, except for he has antlers.
Oh, he's attempting to climb now. Look at him go.
No,
Climbing
I
that
don't wanna die,
mountain.
and I don't have purple dye.
Did you? Oh, you wanna die? I can
But yeah, for what I know, some spells can increase or decrease your size, but nothing to that degree unless you're already almost close enough to that size. Something, maybe, but I don't believe... Well, who knows? It's magic, it's unexplainable.
Magic's
The
weird.
dye that makes something change color and doesn't make it go red.
So you don't like the color red?
Can you do magic? I forget if you said this or not.
I can do some very basic magic when it comes to the bardic trade. So I know enough to get by, but I don't know enough to be useful in most combats. I can defend myself, but adventuring is not really my forte nowadays. So.
Oh, wait, this business is going swell.
Looking at cool places.
Indeed,
This
indeed.
really gives you a rush. You should chuck a car battery in the ocean.
Adventuring though?
I suppose it's an adventure in one way or another.
I guess
But exactly. I mean, stepping outside one's home is technically a journey or an adventure of some sort. I mean, engaging in the Purple Lotus is an adventure technically, because you're traveling from your homestead in search of new experiences and the likes. So.
Also helps that you might need a dragon, I assume.
A dragon, a god, a shape changer, an anime protagonist, a dwarf, a synthetic, and all sorts.
There are many different types of people here. Yes.
Well, but it's
Indeed.
not a car.
Oh. Interesting.
I see. Is this someone you're getting back at, or what's the gist here?
You have a car battery, and you put it in the ocean.
So you're just doing this to a random person?
Yes.
You confuse me, old man.
Ah, you're confusing me as well, Benny. At least do it to your own car. If you're gonna do it anyway.
I mean, if it's someone who deserves it, I understand, but...
I think there's more efficient ways to get back at someone than taking out their car battery of all things. No. They like take their car, destroy the whole car.
Their battery out of their car, then they're gonna have. Then how are they going to get the car back to where they have to go? They have to call a tow truck.
That's true. They can also get shipped over a car battery as well to repair it on the spot. Couldn't they? They can do that here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they could do that.
I don't know how advanced the society is.
Jeez. I mean, what even brought this up? Like, did you jump in the ocean with a car battery?
What?
You mentioned dropping a car battery
In a god.
in the ocean. Did you jump in there?
No.
Are you alright?
Oddly specific.
Very oddly specific.
You just find one and yuck it in.
Yeah, but like, how often?
Sorry if I'm not so talkative. I'm trying to absorb all the conversations in here.
I'm just the same. I'm listening to the car battery story.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's true. They're interesting.
It's hard to find car batteries.
People watching.
It's a fair city.
Exactly.
The hell, he says it's easy, it's free.
Why I have to? Yeah, it's easy. It's free. You find the car battery. It's easy to pick it up and throw it in the ocean.
He's gotta find it
Why
first,
are
I
you
guess.
saying this if you just did it? Okay.
Hey, aren't you the person who got turned into a frog?
I'm the Sven. I'm right here.
I got turned into a frog.
Why would you want to throw a car battery into the ocean?
I don't know what that is, but I still have no idea.
Oh,
Okay.
car battery is a part of a car that basically allows it to function.
I see. Oh, I
Yes,
see.
I know what a car is and a battery, and I assumed.
Do you know what an engine
Oh.
is?
Yes, I'm sort of aware of them. To give you an idea, I believe we're just getting into what one would consider cars in my world. I'm not too sure. Motorized carriages and the like. I'm not too.
You know how like
Shall we-
an engine has to have like some sort of like spark at it to start.
Yeah, again, I'm not too familiar, but I believe I understand the concept. So.
Yeah, the car battery
I
is
just-
basically what allows that to happen. So you take it away.
Oh, I see. Sort of the heart of it and such things. Okay,
Yeah.
understandable.
Yes,
Yeah,
I believe
then,
it.
yeah, I have no idea why.
It's been likened to mana for magic.
Oh, I see. Huh. Because I understand the idea of a battery, but a car battery I wasn't too familiar. Car is the term I think I was hung up on more than anything, because I was just like, ah, okay, that makes sense. I suppose putting those together would. put the whole picture in place for me then. So, I have no idea why one would do such a thing. Perhaps an act of sabotage or something of the sort. But again, I wouldn't know motive. So.
I don't know why
They didn't seem to be very picky about which battery.
Valuable parts in a car that you could deal.
Oh, really?
Mm.
You've seen this outfit that they assigned to give to every citizen before.
Yeah, at least,
if you want to, if you ever need to steal parts off of a car, but you don't want to be too malicious, on the wheels of the car, there's like a little covering over the wheels to cover like all
Is
stuff.
oh yeah, I found Sharpie and destroyed that on there.
Right. One would.
Oh, yeah. It's a nice bit of metal there. You can just really easily seal those. It won't compromise the function of the car. But you'll have a nice bit of metal that you can sell the scrap really cheap.
They'd be like more decorative like that.
Oh, I see. Huh.
Good way to get a
Well,
quick
that is
buck
it.
fuck if you're in a bind and you don't feel like you're fucking anyone overly much.
Overly much, yes, I suppose so. If it's not a part of the function, it's just a cosmetic thing. If it's an act of sabotage, then can't be too privy to it. I worry that he's gone up in the world in his plane, based on the gold decorations and such things. From what he told me, it's a rather harsh place to go up in the world in, and if he's managed to do it, I worry.
One of those places where everyone send them really.
Yes, from what I hear, it is. I worry. It is also a bureaucratic nightmare, from what I've heard him describe it as. So, it's a rather a place full of organized chaos and paperwork for miles, and apparently their history books are all scattered, and you're just supposed to find a page to write on and such things. And the chaos boggles my mind. I can't help it. Yes. Yes, it would be. It would absolutely be some form of hell or torture.
Basically,
I don't know, but I guess I'm starting.
they say we have the right to rule, and either people accept it.
Nothing against him, of course. It's just the place he comes from is rather almost a natural enemy of one of my dispositions.
I haven't been assassinated yet. I think I'm fine.
I'm gonna make
You have to be quick with the initial assassination, or else the nobility are pretty much in trouble.
I imagine you wouldn't like where I came from. It's very similar like that.
Do tell. Now you've got me curious.
Generally, not a very good place. You know, highly religious, but you know how sometimes some religions are with how like other cultures.
Yes, I'm very familiar.
Yes, we actually had a conflict with one recently.
Oh yeah, I know.
Oh, right, the Church of Zafira, whatever it was. The Hand of Zafira? Church of Zafira? Whatever it was. The recent conflict.
We called them the barbecue. There was a big barbecue last Saturday.
Oh, I see.
With lots of hands.
Huh.
Suddenly empty.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyways, the
ebb and flow of it.
Basically, a lot of religious people, they have their own history, but they don't allow anyone else to have history. And if you're demon folk, you're basically feck.
No, I see.
Not a good life growing up.
No,
I got out of
yes,
there
I can...
as soon as I could, though.
Well, good thing you got out, even in your current conditions. I'm sure it's better than the previous ones, correct?
Yeah, it's always definitely a step up. Always definitely a step up.
Yes, nothing better than rock bottom, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it's up to you. Can you trust me?
Alright, I'm always cautious not telling people this because I'm very paranoid, but I was actually born into slavery.
Oh. Well, that's a shame.
Sort of ran away, as it were.
Well, that's, a fair thing to do. From a life of indentured servitude and such.
Yeah, it was not fun. Not fun. I don't like to talk about it, but, yeah, got out of there. It's good. I'm just hoping to God my master doesn't ever fucking figure out where I am, because that'd be terrible. I don't think I could escape again. I got out on fucking luck.
I hope Zafira is giving you a much better chance at living a life.
Definitely a step up.
A much larger place to hide in as well, so.
Yeah, I was in a city previous to this one. That was also very similar. Of course, I worked for some less than reputable folks. You know, do what you can to survive.
Of course.
You know, when turned me in. So it did work for them until they got all killed by another gang. So I was like, fuck it, I'm out. That's not to get killed like the rest. Moved
That
here.
tends to happen quite often in gangs.
Yes, from what I hear, it's quite often in groups such as those. I do appreciate you willing to explain your origins to me, though.
You seem like a trustworthy folk, and who knows, if I ever die, it might become one of your stories or something. Maybe like a nice little footnote.
Well, I will not write anything about you if you wish, if you feel it would be in your endangerment, of course. Although, I suppose my writings would not be given access to the greater metaverse and such very often, so.
If you ever want to know a place that is terrible and shouldn't visit, don't go to a country called Kavak. That's where I'm from.
Kavat? Kavat or Kavad? I'm sorry, I
Kavak.
Kavak. Kavak. Okay. Alright, I will make sure to avoid such a place. They sound ignorant and, shall we say, rather dastardly.
Demon folk like us are basically not people. Easy to see, if you're religious, it's easy to see folk like us not be actual sentient things. In their case, they decided instead of killing everyone to just make us do their work.
Yeah, make it worthwhile for them, I suppose.
Their god was like I forget what specifically they worshipped as like a god of like chains or something. A god
goodness.
of that sort of thing. So enslaving
Good evening.
isn't like a super bad thing. I'm gonna stop talking.
Howdy. No, you're rather fine. You're fine. I understand.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you being willing to tell me, but let me assure you that demon folk or tieflings or whatever you call yourself.
I'm a tiefling.
I'm tiefling.
Demon folk as like an umbrella term.
Let's say
tieflings where I come from.
You are more than what your race designates you to be. That is something that my country and world, I suppose, has learned rather recently. So, you are more than you could possibly be, that you could imagine yourself to be as well. For example, a tiefling in our history, one of the ones who helped establish the groundwork for the Great War that happened way back. I forget their name as well. It's rather hard to find nowadays, but they were great. At first they simply started off as an assistant to the group of heroes and such things, just running errands and doing such things. But eventually they became such an important figure within their network that they became a rather important bureaucrat and such things, and assistant to all, and eventually became a yes, your boat, yes.
Oh, hello.
Good evening. Oh, no, unfortunately, I do not have a deck of cards on me. I do not have a deck of cards on me, otherwise I would, I'm sorry.
We're just hanging out and talking around the table.
Yeah. It's thoroughly that's discussing what could be played on such a table, and the conversation has evolved.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course, good to see you. Have a good
Thank you
evening.
for stopping by.
Interesting.
But yeah, they became one of the greatest politicians that my country had personally ever seen. So they went from simple teller assistant almost to a group of adventurers to one of the most important politicians of our time, establishing greater forms of benefits for all kinds and all sorts of things. They literally laid the groundwork for what was to become the new form of my country. So.
That's interesting. It's nice. It's nice to see that. It's nice to see people like
Good
me
evening, owner.
actually do stuff.
Good evening. You guys enjoying yourselves tonight?
Oh yes. Rather enjoyable night. Lots of new folks to talk to and such things. So.
Yeah, every day. Every night someone new comes up, so it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. I love seeing new faces.
Of course. How are you this evening?
Not too bad. Nope. We had some trouble out in the front, but it's nothing. Just mere gang members walking up. Yeah.
The undead clowns and robots of something of the sort.
Well, they're not really robots, but I guess their voice modulators will make them seem so. But they're essentially scrappers. They're people that look for either cybernetics or anything like that, and if it looks pricey enough, they might try to get it, and we're chasing into synthetics in here.
Oh, I see. Well, that would make sense then. Bit of a what do the goblins call it? Shiny chasers or something of the sort equivalent, I suppose.
Exactly. They sell it or repurpose it for themselves.
I see.
Like I said, yeah, you two should be careful out there. You know.
Yes, most definitely.
Make sure you guys are safe and whatnot.
Oh, well, I hopefully know how to defend myself, though. I suppose being out here in Zafira and such would be a bit different than what I'm used to. So.
Yes. I've been given permission to defend myself outside Lotus.
Do what you need. Like I said, ever since what happened, the previous weekend, people are taking more so advantage of the misfortunate, or taking advantage of the whole scenario. So.
Yes, I heard about the war, and I was rather surprised it wrapped up so quickly, if I'm to be honest. But what can be done?
It wasn't a war with another country or a war with another city. It was more so of a group, and once you take out the head of the group, or more so of the group itself, things most likely end quickly. Basically.
Yes. I suppose if you do strike off the head of the ideology.
Resourceful fanatics, so they had a lot of things to use against us. But things have been handled. People are safe, alright? But now it's time to heal and rebuild. You know, and that's
I've heard there's quite a bit of rebuilding as well. Bit of a shame then, but what can be done for collateral damage and such things? Unfortunately, my good friend here lost their apartment in the conflict, I believe, so he was hoping someone can restore that rather soon.
Yeah, my landlord's working on fixing the structural stuff. Didn't lose.
I heard that there is a shelter right now that one of our own has been helping build, Fable, for those who are now without a home, and I think there might be some apartments opening up, or more so being refurbished to be apartments. So hopefully things will be out there for you guys soon.
That's good to hear.
I might check it out. A friend of mine named Graham is letting me stay in their ship
That's good.
for a bit, so that'll be good.
Yes, it's good to hear.
Probably
Glad to hear it was resolved, though. So hopefully no more conflicts in the near future.
In this city, there may be some minor conflicts. Yeah, exactly. There may be some minor conflicts, but we'll see.
Nothing to such a scale, hopefully, from what I've heard at least. There's a difference between bands of rogues fighting each other in the streets and then seeing full-on battalions and such things attempting to fight each other and
So
That numbers
so just be
were pretty
careful if
great.
you hear. Yeah, so like I said, just be careful out there. They might be just rogues, bandits, scrappers, whatever it is. Well, they're full of surprises. So and they know this area pretty well, so they'll probably use that as an advantage against you.
Indeed.
Okay. Well, enjoy your night. If you guys need anything, let me know. All right.
Of course. Have a good night, dear owner. Always such a treat to talk to him.
It is.
I imagine you two probably will be fine, but if either of you guys want another person to walk to wherever you're going,
Talk to him.
I got a sword, so I'm willing to be.
Oh, well, that's good to hear. At least I have a short sword in my bag. I make sure to keep it in there, but you know, just in case. You never know. Such things.
Big
But-
groups are less likely to get attacked, especially when they're armed.
Exactly. Well, and the worst comes to worst, I have a few tactics I could say for running away and whatnot. So bottles of grease in my bag and such things. So.
That's always the thing you'll want to learn most: how to get away safe. That's something a lot of people undervalue.
You know, one can swing a sword rather well, but can one retreat when things are looking bad is then important.
Yes, that is one of the first lessons that my creator taught me. It wasn't until recently that I was allowed to defend myself.
Oh, I see. Well, that's a good foundation to learn on. For some, they would say it's dishonorable, but for, you know, such simple folks as us, I suppose, it's a rather solid tactic and code to live by and such things.
Sometimes you gotta run away. Sometimes you gotta run away just so they think you're running away, so you can pop out from behind an alley and shank them.
Exactly. I wouldn't put it in such crude terminology, but yes. The sentiment is there.
Yeah. There's always time to run, there's always time to counterattack.
Exactly. It is not a... You're not running away, you're tactically retreating to a better position.
Yeah. I'm advancing just in the opposite direction.
Yeah. I've heard that one. Quite a few generals enjoy that line, and it's always rather funny to hear them talk about it.
Good to have you back. I've got a headache, JD.
Oh, goodness.
Are they still there? I've got a headache, JD. Have a good night.
Yeah, I can't talk about.
That cartoon person is so well animated. It's hard to believe that they're a drawing or something that they call themselves.
They're very humorous. Also, is that
Indeed.
a rug on the ceiling?
I'm not sure if it's a rug or a design.
I think it's a rug.
If it's a promise, then I respect when people keep their promises. I keep
I think
promises.
I see gum in it.
It's very important to keep promises.
I think there's a bit of leakage there, like someone threw liquid up there or something on the sort right there. I could be crazy, but like the colors stained the ceiling of something of the sort.
Maybe.
You know, they do have that undead janitor actually. That might explain it.
Maybe someone just
No, I haven't.
messes with that carpet just to fuck with them.
Probably. I heard him complain a lot the last time I saw him. I haven't seen him in a while though. From what I hear, he's from the crews that clean up after it closes. So.
Most of the complaints I've heard, at least from him, are because of people messing with him and interrupting his job. But he does a good job.
Yes, I've heard the same.
Two people you don't want to mess with: janitors and doctors.
Yes, I've heard quite a bit of the same.
Janitors can really easily fuck you over.
It's the small things they do that'll really mess with you as well.
Especially when you're working in my profession. If you're generous with them, they might look the other way.
Ah, I see. And see in the college. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Other stuff they might, not put down a wet floor sign in the direction you need to run away if they know you're going that direction.
Yes. The janitor holds terrible power in its domain.
And then doctors, that's
Oh, well, yeah, you know, too much healing is poison and such things, so.
Or they could just not heal you.
Exactly, but, you know, too much.
Doctors are very scary people. I've learned this lesson. Very benevolent people, but also very scary people when you piss them off.
Well, should we explore more, or we can and such things? Not sitting in here,
probably explore more.
Die down quite a bit. Of course. If y'all don't mind, I'm willing to explore more as well. Although I don't, of course, want to keep anyone here out of obligation or anything.
Mainly because there's like no one here.
Yeah, just talking to ourselves, you know, no one to engage with and such things. We all know each other so well already. And of course, I could go on for, you know, for hours and such, but I feel like I would bore people at some point.
You gotta meet new
You alright, M4? Is the flux hitting a little
make connections?
Yes, Flux is causing a lot of difficulties at the moment.
That's understandable. Take your time. We'll take.
Oh, it's you. Clover. I didn't recognize the goggles.
Something doesn't seem right. Give me a second.
Goodness, that was frightening.
Yes. The flux is quite intense for some, and it can grip you at any moment's notice.
I was fluxed once, it was terrifying.
Yes, the flux.
I understand that fear.
Yes, the flux has taken hold of me once before, and it blinked me out of existence for a moment before I had to return. Rather odd.
What
So.
death is like.
I would hope not. Well, yes. From what I heard, it's a rather pleasant experience, or at least the first part of it. A lot of line waiting. If the tales, of course, are to be, you know, believed. Yes, well, when you're getting sorted into your proper afterlife, you know, and you have to wait in line, otherwise, you know, what's to happen. Very well, let's explore more. And God forbid you fall off the edge. Void outside that line, from what I've heard. Let's see. Yeah. Liven up quite a bit.
Hell yeah. You know, big parties are usually better than small parties. Too much
That's good. Humans get attacked every now and then by Hulk Hogan class. Or trying to take out the hill dwarves.
What kind of party is it? We talking like drugs and alcohol?
Is that a... Oh, I thought that was a balloon of sorts. I got worried from it. That is...
Not a fan of balloons?
Well, I suppose No, it was just rather odd. It was just... Thought someone left a balloon fly around, but... The sight was... odder, but I was more relieved for some reason.
I imagine you would have like a phobia of balloons given your choice of headgear. Very very person.
I would think that they would fear me more often than I would fear them with this sort of headwear and such. So.
They'd start strapping wings, like little tiny wings to goblins.
I am okay. Out of character though. I am
one go.
our signatures passive and binding.
Really? Yeah, that's a you can sense shit.
I can sense shit passive.
Well, let's go find a conversation to join, shall we? That seems to always be a fun way to hop into the evening.
I'm always terrible at that. I always want to do it, then I awkwardly sit there and just wait for a way to include myself in the
Well,
conversation.
there's two ways about it. There's the rude way, which is you jump in and ask a rather dumb question, which is the way, honestly, I do it quite often, and I regret it every time afterwards, but heat of the moment tends to get to me. And then there's the slip in on a good conversation piece. So if you overhear something, and then, you know, you slip in, and then you attempt to talk more about it and such things, so...
Yeah, I hear there's many around here that have something called a bit that they use to talk to people.
I see. That would make sense. Yes, having a go-to approach is always a good way about it as well. So I believe you could call my way of approaching a bit in some form or another. You know, the rather curious inquisition about something odd about you, or some such, you know. I try not to rely on such a tactic very often, but it helps, you know, break the ice and such things.
One thing I always try to do is if I ever see someone who's by themselves, just to check and say hello. Because who knows, maybe they're also having problems.
Good evening, my dwarven friend.
I mean, that's kind of how I met you. We were just sort of sitting having a drink. I was like,
exactly.
Hey, just call those kind of interested in your help.
Of course. That's why it's here, though, for a conversation piece.
It's conversation. Very smart. For your career.
I didn't even notice him. Oh, sorry. Didn't even notice you either. Goodness. My peripheral is awful.
Our legs were sewn together.
I think he,
Seems pretty standard to me so far. Other than that, we're going to barracks forced to shoot slaves and beat up slaves if they do anything wrong.
I was gonna say
again, your place sounds like a bureaucratic nightmare.
You know, the standard. Other than that, though, there was this mind-controlling slave who started mind-controlling us and forcing us to shoot.
Good evening. Huh.
What the heck is hummus? Is it a smoothie? Or is it bean paste with a dream?
Yes.
Don't worry. I really do worry for this.
You should never worry when you're inside of the Lotus. Not a lot of people here anymore. There were a lot of people earlier, but it seems everyone's sort of cleared out.
Yeah, they all cleared out or went into their own groups and such things.
Everyone's down to human level and power.
Yeah, it seems to have calmed down quite a bit.
There are still some people that can just mentally destroy you.
It's Callie. And yes, Alric is one of them.
Trying to... Well, I could jump in at any point, but it feels rather rude, you know, if you understand what I mean.
Probably shouldn't stand in the middle of the car.
Oh, yeah, let's stay away from the stairwell as well. I suppose I will get another drink. That's something to do with my time, rather than standing.
Standing around here is a good way to at least get people to acknowledge you when they pass. Oh, something happened to that man's suit.
What, the sparkly guy?
Looking all that dumb. Packet, and then when I get home,
We just need to count how many times down now.
Yeah, shit. What the fuck?
You're right.
It's not my problem. Anyway, someone needs to clean that.
You getting the fluck again?
I'm afraid that may happen. Just trying to avoid it. Greetings.
Hello.
Hi, how you doing? Oh, what an interesting model you are.
As far as I know, I'm unique.
Yeah, very unique. Priceless even. Hey, you know, listen, me and the boys are having a party, you know, if you ever want to come by, you know,
Where would this party be taking place?
you know, out in the city, out in town, having a good time, go club hopping, you know?
So, are there many people that are accepting this invitation?
You know, I'm going around seeing how things are, but for now, just you, but I'm gonna be walking around seeing how things are, you know? Think about it, I'll come swinging by.
Yeah, I have a feeling that's one of the scrappers that we were warned about earlier.
Keep an eye out. Probably don't go to the party. Hopefully things should be okay.
I have returned.
We may have spotted one of the scrappers.
Oh, really?
They proceeded to walk up to M4 and try and ask them to a party.
Oh, goodness.
Whilst commenting on how expensive they look.
Ah, well, that's rather forward and not subtle at all, but I suppose what you get out of desperate scrappers and the like.
Yes, I refused, but I didn't accept.
If you want to steal something from someone, you don't give away the fact that you're interested. There's an art to it.
This cola is rather enjoyable. A little sweet.
Oh yeah.
Rather fizzy.
I always get the cola. This is very nice.
It's almost like a non-alcoholic beer almost, but it's far too sweet.
I always get the cola whenever
Thanks for the redeem, Zyke.
Very nice.
You know, I was curious. I saw it quite a lot today, and I was tempted to try
dealing with some lag.
How did you? These slots are playable. I don't know if you realized.
I imagine they were, but I don't like gambling that much. I don't have much money as it is.
Thanks
I
for
tried a
watering.
few rolls the other week, but I don't like to dive too deep. It was rather fun to just enjoy the experience more than actually gamble.
I guess it's fair. I've always been very frugal, so.
That makes sense.
Yes, I've been given an allowance, but that sounds frivolous.
Yes, it's a rather foolish way to make money with it.
I imagine you could make a bit of money using good tracks.
Ah, well that one's a bit different. See, on a simple coin flip, quite simple. On a strike in combat, reliable.
More complicated.
Yes, and usually people have measures against such a simple trick when it comes to us bods, so luck may be in our sides, but when someone is actively cheating, it's rather hard to make sure luck goes your way if there's an obstacle in the way. Goodness.
Oh no. That poor sin.
Oh goodness.
Alright.
I don't know what that is, but it sounds like a horrible experience.
You can go.
Delete.
Couch buddies. Couch bros. Both have our own couches?
You know what?
If it can make a synthetic
Do you guys mind
suffer,
moving?
then I worry about a normal person.
Do you guys mind?
Excuse me, I'm just me.
Thank you.
A lot of things mess with humans when they make you roll 34. Trust me.
Goodness, it's so sweet.
Okay.
Do you guys mind moving? Just so you're not blocking off the side, so you're not blocking the stairs.
It also has a little bit of caffeine in it, like cola usually does. Not too much.
Oh, I see. Kind of like a coffee almost. Huh.
Yeah,
So many
it's not
aspects to
bitter.
this drink.
I usually drink it a lot. I drink
I see.
different types of sodas a lot just because I'm usually very bad at staying awake, but I hate the taste of coffee.
I see. Yes, coffee is a bit of a
Very bitter.
Dude, I love
bitter.
I love
Yes.
that one.
I wanted to say something a lot ruder, and I appreciate you filled in the gap for me.
It depends on how it's prepared. My creator enjoys putting many things into it that make it sweeter.
Oh, like sugar and milk, that would make sense. And cream of some sorts as well. Those make it rather enjoyable, but I've ran too many late nights, so I'm used to the straight dark coffee. So.
I've only ever tried coffee once and it was terrible.
Well, you'd be surprised if you try it a different way. It may surprise you, but you know, someone's taste is just sometimes their taste. You know, some people can't stand strawberries.
I don't think I've ever had a strawberry.
Really? Huh.
I
suppose that makes
types of food I've tried.
Neither have I, but I don't eat.
I see. I suppose I am the only one.
Your aura.
It has evaded your grasp.
It has.
Your aura is clear.
Come here, you. Come on. There you are.
You have reobtained the cola.
I have reobtained the cola. What is it that one green reptilian did? He held it up for some reason. I don't know why, though.
My bracelet is off.
It looks
Yeah,
cool.
it was weird. I suppose it was rather odd to do it in the middle of a dungeon, though, where no one was watching. Or at least only I was watching, I suppose, because I was helping him explore it and such things. But it was just rather odd. He would do it every time we looted a chest. It was odd.
Maybe it's like a force to have it.
Maybe.
It's like
Maybe he was adding levity to the situation.
Maybe that.
I suppose.
Yeah, exploring a dungeon can
Everyone has
be
their own way.
difficult.
That is true. Bringing some lightheartedness to it could definitely cheer up someone, a party of some sorts as well, or oneself even. So.
Could do that in my prison. Could you imagine every time I pick pocket at someone just like...
Oh yeah. Yeah, just raise it and triumph as if you've conquered them or something. I've heard barbarian clans do such a thing with their opponents, but like, still.
I have your other arm. I have your other arm.
What's going on?
Taking anyone from here. What is going on? Don't. Let's go.
I'm going
Trust me.
to finish my drink.
Did he invite you to a party?
Okay.
Use your bracelet on. What the hell?
You might want to put it back on anyway. Apparently something else stops it.
No, you didn't.
He's the one who took it off for me. There's a reason.
Who?
I didn't hear what he was
Was
saying.
There's something going on here. Everyone's crowded in the bloody carpet. I don't like that.
Someone's bracelet was off. Security took it off by mistake.
There was a reason for it, though.
Why was it off?
Safety of the people.
I see what you mean about the
There was a suspicious person.
What are you talking about?
That one
Something
guy
really isn't right.
There's an aura
I
going
don't like
on,
it one
and that's
bit.
not a good one.
I see what
You see the guy with the kind of like staticky eyes and everything? It looks synthetic, but really bad aura.
That makes sense.
If you're synthetic,
Yeah, he was going around asking, inviting synthetics to a party.
I'm partly synthetic, so I can't wait to be a surprise.
I think we have an insider from.
You might want to wait for a different surprise.
They would literally bash you to pieces.
Oh, don't worry. I have two people to show a surprise now.
I'm not fully synthetic. I think we have an insider from the enemy type thing. Jesus, I just came here from another universe not to get involved with bullshit.
I know what you mean. I had to get involved with the war a couple weeks ago. It was fun. Lost a lot of guys.
Happens down in my town, not much.
Just being as if you come and get involved with things.
Oh, no. You do not wish you were there. You wish you were there, but you need 80-foot Goliaths with 80-foot precision swords.
3 wars, and I'm only 18.
Yes.
3 wars, which got over 15 million people killed.
Over there.
Well, I'm about a month old and I've been involved in one.
Hate to make them feel alone. So, you wish to join me? Feel free.
Oh,
If not, I
lucky
will see
you.
you later on in the evening.
We had to fight gods, tyranny type things, ancient beings from space
things
that
are like
basically
gods.
killed people and
Scary
turned them into
things.
synthetics. And not even normal synthetics. These are synthetics that take over everything.
Fascinating, but terrifying.
Well, they're called the Collectors and the Reapers. Basically, they collect things, kill them, turn them into what they call their kind, and then have them attack our kind. Or any kind, at that fact that is
So there's the N7.
I see.
Vortex. Eat them, turn them into their own worlds. It was honestly not a fun time. It was over a 100-year war, and I'm only 18.
You'll be there for not that long of it, I imagine.
50 alien races went extinct within 3 years.
I see.
Sounds like quite a conflict.
It was not a fun. It really was.
I can tell you, if they ever found the Magat cartel, they'd end up bang, 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 bang.
That's nice armor.
Thank you.
That is nice. I haven't put on my armor yet.
Thanks. They belong to my father. And myself.
Everybody on the red carpet, can you guys disperse around from away from the stairs?
You're staring at me. Do you want to say something?
Hello, friend.
It's been a very long time since I got to see you.
It has been. I've been busy. A lot's been going on.
Were you involved in that war that happened?
Yes, I was.
I was on another side of it. Somewhere else. Lots of guys.
I was on the front lines for the wasteland. So.
The wasteland? Oh, you were on the wasteland side of it? I almost got there. I was offered something, but I ended up fighting another part of the war. Scary things. Lost lots of guys.
Where's your chaperone?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just recently learned about the aftermath of the Hammer's War.
Those 80-foot monstrosities. 80-foot swords, what were they?
I don't.
Still hear their shrieks in my head to this day.
I went through a bit of an ordeal myself, and thanks to the combined efforts of Storm, Ari, and Nico,
Let's see. I didn't find that shady guy and see what his deal is.
almost lost my mind.
Oh,
I'm just resting a little bit.
And also a lot of money. And then never give it to them and run away.
Ah, I see. Well, that would explain it. I was thinking of the wrong person the whole time. Oh, welcome back over M4. Feel free to take a seat if you wish.
I'm fine, Sandy. Thank you.
We were in a conversation.
Yes, it was getting a little chaotic at the front, and yes, and I saw a good friend over here who was by her lonesome. So
yes, we met at the
Welcome back.
Yes. Yeah, my programming required that I at least see that everyone was safe.
Of course.
I have nothing to fear from that sort of person. I don't have any augments.
Well, I'm not too worried about it, honestly. I think they would not find much on me, so I'm not too worried about it. But like we talked about earlier. Yeah, that would be rather a shame, but I'd like to see them try, honestly. They'd have to take my head with it at this point. Which, to some, that's agreeable compensation, so let's try to avoid that if we can.
I'm imagining them trying to pull it off your head. You're just head bonking them.
Yeah, yes. I've been told I'm the equivalent of a mace to some people. You know, take me by the legs and swing me at them. The head trauma would be quite intense, or rather the neck trauma.
I think it interesting.
So I'd rather not. Mm-hmm. Rather not, Oh, tail is
Are you talking about my
rather rigid.
So,
Oh.
the floor gang disbanded.
Oh, good to meet you.
Hi. Whatever she said about me is probably true.
I'm terrible at deciphering.
I heard you almost died the fairy wine, so...
True.
Oh, well, there you go. That is true. Fantastic.
Oh, do I have glasses?
You think I would lie?
No, I said that whatever you said was probably true.
Oh, like
All right, simple solutions because I'm very dense. You want to go over to the board over there? I think it's no.
sort of.
Yep.
Me.
Kind of homeless.
Look at you.
Yep. Not kind of. Just
You're looking at me.
They're trying to get a hold of very synthetic for parts.
Your eyes are the same, or something of the sort? No, she's watching you?
She's watching me.
You saw?
She's been looking for you?
I saw.
No.
One word. All right.
We have one that speaks like this at the garden that I keep on promising to speak to,
Yeah,
but
so it
I
seems.
still
Do you want
have
to
not
go
gotten
to
time.
the mute board, I believe.
I'm getting up.
Good luck. But yes, good to meet you.
How's everything here?
I'd say rather quiet compared to what it was earlier. Although I suppose the crowd is now moving over, so it's going to be less quiet, but, you know.
The excitement about the possible shady person is still persisting.
Yeah, yes, that would make sense. There was a group of ruffians outside who managed to enter and were harassing some of I believe the owner called them scrappers, who were looking to go into the night with the synthetics and people who looked expensive and such things to strip them for parts or something. So M4 apparently was approached by one of them.
He expressed much interest in my chassis.
So I believe that is the current hubbub. But yes, good to meet you. I am Marcus DuPont, wandering warrior scholar of Gloria. Good to meet and make your acquaintance. Rather, you know, I thought I got that greeting down earlier.
I mean, second time's the charm, right?
I suppose so. It's far too late now. I've made my first impression.
Now you know where the origin of weeable body pillows come from.
So did you manage to catch the performance earlier?
Yeah, I did. It was different.
Rather a good piece of music then. Great vocal range on that one.
Definitely. What did you think about it, Ellie?
Yeah, no, it was nice.
I've only ever seen like 3 performances.
Cat person's
So.
Oh, what the? Why are you so sneaky?
Well, they're feline in nature. Yeah.
Yeah, but usually.
Yeah, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yeah, they commonly don't have to even try.
Yeah.
A what? What do you say?
Is that not right? Beast folk once told me the expression is nya.
Oh.
Like with the hand gesture and everything. I could be wrong though. Maybe I gotten it wrong.
I heard a lot of people talking about a person called Nias. I'm like, oh. I thought you knew.
Huh. I suppose there's all sorts of names, isn't there?
Yeah.
I don't like being short.
Well, you're not the shortest person I've I've seen in the room. Sorry, your seat has been abducted.
Hire another
You know,
person
sometimes
to
it
sit
do
on
be
top of
like
them.
that.
Get like a long coat.
Hey, are you up
Again,
for
what?
hire?
But my body was fighting it.
Yeah. How much?
Good thing of a tech specialist. Oh, I need hired.
Come on. You gotta go with
What's
it,
your
man.
price? Yeah, you've started the
How
bargain.
many vertical helplines do you need?
You guys mentioned you're tech specialist for once. I owe you my life.
Now that I know the basis of that joke, I can't answer that.
I'm not even fully human, so please. Was something throwing just now?
That is not a price.
Was something throwing?
It is for some people.
I heard of
It is for some people. It's not a price I'm paying or like getting. Willing to get me rewarded for.
Hey, don't worry about it. I don't want to interfere with your daddy entry, so
Yeah, you leave my daddy entries alone.
I feel like I've lost some context here.
As in a data entrist, like.
Oh,
Data, and she thought I said daddy entry.
Oh, I see. There it is. That's
Yeah,
rather
you can
funny,
tell what's on her
actually.
mind.
The nice thing is,
oh, Slowbot said I was 2 lines of cocaine from being absolutely mental breakdown status. Honestly, I think they're right.
I was created.
I mean,
Fractured.
like the 2 seconds that I've known you, Gare.
I can feel feelings.
Mr. Snails.
Good evening.
You gotta put the foot down, dude. She's gonna keep calling you a snail.
I don't care at this point. I've been called everything on this one.
Bail mode.
Here comes the sun, doo-doo-doo. Here comes the sun. I say it's alright. No.
Programmed me to be able to feel human
Oh
emotions.
yeah.
The Son and the Father.
Definitely.
But I don't understand other things.
And the Holy Spirit.
Do you think I got the voice to
Ah,
Fuck that.
I don't think there's a Holy Spirit in here, but if we find one, I'm sure we can make it work.
Find a dead guy full of holes.
Damn! If only what's her name again? The spirit who goes to college. I'm forgetting her name off the top of my head.
Which college?
Okay, I was about to say if you were gonna point to me.
I don't recall exactly where, but they said they were a college student and they were a spirit. So I don't know if they're holy.
I think
so
I
who
met that
knows?
person. I don't know what their name is.
Stop.
I forget it.
You need that guy full of holes.
Stop.
Yeah, they hang out with Graham and such very often as well. So
Yeah, I definitely know what you're talking about. I forget their name though.
We were so.
yes.
You already know what I'm thinking. I hate it.
Friend.
I hate it, I don't know.
Share a close bond with.
I hate it, I don't know.
Platonically.
It's so bad. Get out of my fucking
It doesn't
head.
matter what I'm thinking. It doesn't matter what I'm thinking. It's already bad. I shouldn't be thinking right now. The problem. If I think bad things happen.
Become like a monk. Clear your mind and such things.
No thoughts had empty.
Clear
Exactly.
You're manually thinking now.
Surprised they're still alive in there.
Fuck you.
I shouldn't be.
God damn it.
Not this high. Not in my condition right now.
It's fine.
Breathe manually.
I'm thinking the broken thoughts.
I breathe manually every day anyway. Doesn't affect me.
Fuck, he's a mute.
I'd say you're. I mean, I'm sure everyone's lips are rather dry right now as well.
Focus on
Fucker.
the movement, right?
No, I'm weak minded.
All the time anyway.
That is true.
All of these things don't affect people with anxiety.
Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. You know, it's just like one of those. What is it? What is that? Are you sure that's an itch or is that something else? You know, that sort of thing.
What was that movement? Sunil?
It was a gear shift.
You want to explain? Gear shift, yeah? Gear shift this way. Gear shift this way.
Alright. Focus is on you now, Mr. Snail.
On the pedals. Pedal gear shift.
Oh yeah, the pedals, the pedals.
Gear shift, yeah. I can see it with the two horns in your
He
head.
was
It would
doing
make
it
a
to
great gear
you,
shift.
Sierra, so it's your
No,
job.
we're talking about gear.
Okay,
We're
listen,
talking about
listen. I
cars.
do not have a horde or so until I have mine. Don't worry about that. Unless you're looking for traps, I can make one.
But my body was fighting it.
Hmm.
I wasn't strong enough.
I've completely lost every sense of dust that is sanity within my book right now.
That's good.
So basically, in the last
Just in case I have an antivirus protocol.
hour and a half, you have done 2 lines.
It's not going to affect them whatsoever, but block
No.
shit. So if anyone else tries to use it
No.
on
Oh,
my it's not going to work.
you're still saying?
Okay, your version of lines is my versions of lines of what I'm thinking about are completely different. Okay, vertical,
No, I
horizontal.
meant what
That's what I was
Flowbot
talking
was
about.
talking about.
I was not talking about what Flip was talking about, but you know,
Oh, I
spicy
know,
sugar is
I know,
good, nice.
I know what you were
Yes.
talking about. I was more talking about the fact that you probably did lines when we weren't looking, and is now.
See, I have said lines, but I can't.
I'm not
I am
talking
doing great.
about those lines.
I'm still trying to decipher if they're talking about drugs or not.
I too am attempting to find context, and I'm lost.
Would
But
you
it's
like
funny
to know
nonetheless.
about these lines?
I am now
I would love to
somewhat
hear about
interested
them.
about the lines. Let me know about them. I'm curious.
Because it's a very dull.
All I need to tell you
Make a circle. All these squares
is
make
adult.
a circle.
Adult, okay.
Squares.
Adult
Adult
lines. An adult joke.
Squares and circles.
So that
Okay.
that implies either pornography, drug use, alcoholic use.
Horizon. You know what? I'm not gonna.
Oh, motherfucker.
And there goes.
Yes, I believe one of our companions has become fed up with the conversation.
Yeah, so they seem. I have no idea why. It's perfectly reasonable to talk about such things in a decently
she
adult
is-
setting, but oh well.
Innocent as she doesn't know a lot of things.
Geometry and things.
Making you insane by proxy. Got a little area of effect here.
Just a little air of effect. It doesn't help that I had alcohol earlier.
No,
And
it
then I'm
doesn't.
still
And I smell the
recovering from
catnip on you,
fucking
so that's why I'm still here.
another thing. What? Oh, fuck.
Well, there's a seat open
Look what
now.
he's fucking done to himself. I'm not even doing it.
Yeah.
I think you're both
See what,
self-destructive in one way or another.
So that's why you
I think I too shall go explore.
Of course. Have a good evening.
Some people smell things. Potion and herbal craft.
As of late, I've been thinking.
Sorry, Chad, that conversation was going nowhere.
I have no idea. I wish I could tell you.
just got here like an hour ago.
Congratulations.
Don't worry, I already dealt with that.
Did you just jump?
It was an accident.
Hello, Lancelot. Bye, Lancelot.
Too hard that happened. That was genuinely an accident.
We just fell off the edge. Other than that, though, our legs are sewn together as an iron mask that's put on us at birth that constricts brain growth. We usually.
You want a little bit more excitement in your day to day.
Happening again.
No, this is the place for it.
Dying.
Monotone.
Oh,
Actually, I do know
Well,
that
he's
Basically, a
somebody
man
who
being
wants to
shared
go
with
and
someone.
Basically,
My workplace blew up due to some slave that can possess people.
I have created an antivirus wall to stop the shit completely. I saw an infamous ship which
Keep in
is
mind a
attached
fat
to you.
little flower in
Infinite.
purple. And
Dismiss it. Not gonna
be
work.
here any time, I guess.
So every synthetic in this
I remember you saying that your legs weren't like that great when you jump from like heights.
back on your arm on your neck
Yes,
anywhere.
it would appear after Mr. Bishop left with them, they got a bit stronger.
It's magnetic.
Okay, good job. Now we can jump off the high place with the flying fork again.
Get into the system.
It's a magnetic.
With all due respect, I think
Yeah.
the situation has been handled. I think you're causing more panic by talking about it in such terrifying detail.
Also, if it's magnetic, how's it gonna attach to things that are magnetic?
I would say
part of me.
Because as soon as it implements, it goes straight.
Yours and I.
Yes, I did, didn't I?
But if it's magnetic,
Yeah,
then
that's what I'm trying not to
Don't
think about it,
worry,
right?
it's already been dealt with.
Just gonna
It just won't work
take,
ever again.
take metaphorical breaths.
I just scanned the room.
Is there any magic to deal with it?
May
I never knew I could
may
do
I
something
talk?
like that.
I am the one that has a chip on me.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Shepard, I scanned the room, and you're causing big levels of what I think is called stress.
I would your bad partner.
Calm down.
I'm no hero, though.
Can I maybe see that chip? I'm kind of curious now.
Couldn't take that title.
I don't have
It's
the
just
chip.
too natural thing to do.
But I
I'm
scanned
thinking which
Do you still have the
Versace.
chip?
Give me a second.
I scanned it. Here's
No.
may I talk? I scanned it.
Yeah, sure was a. Okay.
It was put on me. The chip has a killer code. It can connect two ways. If they slip it into your machine body or through magnetic fields. Once it touches you, it works really fast and has a kill code and kills you within 5 minutes.
Miss Kate also feels.
Shut your body
I'm gonna go in
down.
the white room.
Common traits,
Now, what if I take my arm off that has that thing in it? What if it's not technically directly?
Y'all need
They're not like
moves here, I swear.
I do not know. I haven't been alive.
Make sure I wasn't going to use any offensive.
Almost dihydrogen monoxide. Let him know there's dihydrogen monoxide in the water. This is a pressing matter.
I thought there was hydrogen dioxide in it.
Thank God I found out about this, and it's like the health officials did it. God.
I'll let him know.
Let him know. This is this is a matter of utmost importance. He's over there to your left.
I thought there were trace amounts of hydrogen hydroxide in it.
Anyone know where there's dihyde baby oil? I might know a guy, depending on who you ask. Are we talking ringed out or microwave? Yes, it is, and it's a hard.
I'd say the same.
I've done it. I've exposed myself
You
willingly.
ruined yourself.
I was going to say you have a built-in sundial at all times, don't you? At least. Because of the horns and.
Oh, I'm fucking
you
stupid. Yeah, that's fair.
You'll never lose track of time if you know where your shadow is. Hmm. That's why I said it's a very silly joke. Very bad joke as well. Well, how's your exploration, M4?
It's good. There is lots of fear surrounding the happenings that were going on earlier, and a lot of it seems to be unfounded at this time.
I see. Well, that's good. At least it's unfound. Let's hope it doesn't get found, I suppose.
No, as people should be encouraged that the Lotus is so, well, it is safe and protected. There are many people around here that would prevent such things.
Exactly. I don't know why everyone's in such a hubbub about it.
With that person trying to drag away that synth, everyone was like, no.
Indeed.
A lot of good people here.
Yeah, a lot of kind-hearted, if not, some aren't exactly as obvious about it as they'd probably like to be, but, still. Oh.
There are also just a lot of people here that would like conflicts.
Fantastic.
Fantastic. Comedy act.
Are you gonna perform? Okay.
My hair. Go. Sure, this will be good given what happened last time.
Yes. I mean, the last time she almost killed someone with laughter. I'm hoping for the best.
Noise down here for a
I wonder
moment.
how that guy's doing.
I would hope well.
Cartoon performance.
I hope he still isn't mad that I attempted to pickpocket him.
It's the nature of things, I think. I don't think he'll even remember. He's got so many voices in his head, I'm sure one of them is overriding that thought.
Are people coming? I can't tell.
Alright, some of the staff got some more people to come around. Or they're letting you know that you're gonna perform for us. Letting us know.
There's more people here. Why don't I?
Aye.
Actually, now that I look at it.
There's a lot of people here. In fact, there's a lot more back there, too.
You are shiny.
Look at them like 30 seconds.
1, 2, 3, 4,
5,
I'm not counting, literally 30.
7, 8, 9.
Over there. Yeah.
No, here they all come. Fantastic. It's the office and all sorts.
Make sure everyone can see me.
Have a good night, Captain Friendison.
Yeah.
Let's see what you got.
You're very pretty.
Not like the small people exactly have a plan. Now I'm gonna block anyone, really.
Aside from not really having a
Yes,
plan.
indeed.
But, I got around that, but I'm close.
Is it bad that I don't see anything on stage?
I believe she's disappeared to start her performance. Oh, there you go.
Wonderful.
From who? Charlie, right?
We're ready to perform now.
I almost forgot
Give him a moment, it seems.
That's fair.
I'm grateful.
They said 30 seconds.
No, I've seen plenty of avant-garde performances in my day. Let's see if this is a good one.
Alright, avant-garde it is.
How'd you hear me walking by? I was thinking sticky like it. Guess the halls they amplify my tiptoeing. I was hiding well, but I can't now. No, not anymore. I've been found. Now I'm sleeping on the floor.
I think I'll have to move to find the she is proper.
In the dark, I will survive. I hear a heart beating to the rhythm of the night. Of course it's mine, how else could I handle what could be my demise? Before I left my safety zone, I should have rationalized. No protection or armor, just trying to find a few supplies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's all I really need till I come back to do it all again. Cinnamons with the deepest darkness, it's my only friend. Hiding from the death the demon offers up until the end. Hide in the miracle station. He's got the lowest skills in observation. Gotta leave him to
Walking on air.
patience to stay alive. Just one day long. How'd you hear me walking by? I was seeking light.
Nice. Good thing the lag isn't, at least isn't killing me.
I see myself clearly, but becoming this next victim. Don't have to think twice, boy, I would never contradict him. Look at him, he's terrifying, and he used to be A-okay. Probably caught up in the days, thinking about the good old days of the cartoon world that he once inhabited. What a beautiful musical world, Sammy was so talented. Now with everybody staying still, drowned in the ink, the studio's become a hayfield. I'm just trying to find a sense of what can clean out my eyes of everything I witnessed. I'll never be a part of the slinky creature's hit list. To expectations to stay alive just one day more. How'd you hear me walking by? I was
Glad I disabled my shader protectors. Good show.
Wow, that was fantastic.
Nice.
I am very
Well done.
I'm
Summoning the teleportation.
Oh, goodness.
Maybe they make an exception for all my
Maybe.
I suppose so, but I mean,
God, no, I've seen. Like I said,
from what she's explained, she's a drawing or a cartoon of some sort, so can you really constrain... Yeah, exactly. It's like, can you constrain one's very plane of existence of some sort?
That was the most honest thing about that. That's what people say about me.
It did startle me, but, you know, partly.
Oh, yes, that was quite interesting, though.
Probably because I'm not nice to look at.
Rather interesting.
Very well executed.
Fantastic, though.
That was cool.
In here apparently who was trying to get me to go clubbing.
Bot 648445436904, but
I had
you
to
can
stop
call
them
me
from implementing
Lily.
code on the Lily.
Hi, Lily.
Sounds like a dickhead. The staff deal with it?
I've seen a few
Yeah.
It looked like it at the end.
And
Good,
if
good.
anyone
Never seen one change
character's code, I have an antivirus to stop it.
Change their very
We don't worry. We got people for that.
Everything's pushing boundaries.
Don't
That
worry.
certainly is. I'll give you that.
If any place is secure, I would expect the Lotus to be a good location.
627.
It's an ironic thing, but okay.
I've seen
I'm
that
just a
same
tech
performer,
specialist from another
almost
universe
killed my
that's
work
dealt with
there,
this type
so,
stuff before, so
possible.
I can react really fast to this type stuff.
Purpose, but it was very close.
What are they called?
Yeah, I also have a special ability where I can basically use any material, any item, and turn it into a weapon or tech.
That one Eastern warrior was almost keeled over in laughter. He was having a hard time breathing from their material, I believe. So it was a rather interesting experience.
But, you know, it's other than that, I mean, that's what we are all. That's how my entire species is, because when we're born, they sew our legs together. But Iron Man.
Yes, that was the other thing. They exist on laughter. They don't get laughs, then they, you know, essentially they had to get a day's worth of nutrients or some sort.
Other than that, though, my workplace blew up from that world. But there was a slave that could mind control people and force us to shoot each other. I ended up here when my workplace blew up due to him. So I took drugs. Now I'm enough drugs. I'm not in the scope anymore. But we lived for 20 years. I'm only 12, so.
The gate was the most interesting bit of it, I'm sure.
Has anybody talked to you about
The
your
translating and such, and being able to show up on one end and then disappear when out of view of the gate port and such things.
They must have an exception for avant-garde performances in regards to the artifact.
Lily, do you know what we are?
It's fine, especially considering it's
I would assume they make special rules if you're going to just perform and such things.
Everything there is terrible. That's why we're
A
sewing the gas
hard
mask.
A. You can add that to your bad words list. If organic things, they're in trouble.
Expensive, but you could try and get your brain put into a different mechanical suit.
Good job, Lily. You learned so fast. Oh, look at your sisters over there.
You could do the other really expensive thing.
Nothing too exciting. Traveling,
Is
taking
that not
notes.
yours?
I managed upon a new
No relation.
That's going to be the start of my newest adventure here soon, so we'll see what happens. It's mostly just some pillars and a single staircase down, but I'm sure it's not too big. Some sort of
Well, in any
burial
case,
site or something
I'm
of
more
old or
than
something.
prepared to step outside.
I know many a fortress. Only entranceway is one staircase, and boy, is it one of the largest complex you've ever seen.
Yeah, I've heard of such things. So hopefully it's not too expensive. If it is, I'll leave it to the adventurers and such to explore.
Otherwise, I fear I will be entertaining sins all night.
I see. I'm in a business of my own just so I wasn't a bum.
And I appreciate the offer as
There
always.
you go. That's always a good thing. Make your own business.
I'd like to dance. I'm not good at it, but I'd like to.
It's the kind of business I'm not allowed to talk about.
You would like to dance?
Let me guess. It's the good old
Figure dance.
What is going on with this
That's
spot?
not mercenary work now.
Every time I stand here for more than 5 seconds, it just...
someone else on stage.
Are they about to perform?
Oh, I guess. Thanks to the warrior's gone. Bit bruised, but it's all healed up now. Just taking it easy. That's good. Getting a few drinks, talking to people.
Before they start 2 seconds. Legally, I do trade goods.
I think they're doing it out of performance here
I
soon.
see. That's how you're in.
What's this all about?
Might as well stay standing.
Oh, classical performance.
Interesting. Oh, that's... Bravo!
Fantastic.
That was amazing.
Well done. Yeah, nice.
I've heard a violin masterpiece appear before. The bardic ravings and such things, or I suppose the stage and such. So that's a classic right there. It's a violin, good sir. Violin.
Oh, okay.
The instrument of class, the instrument of performance, and the like.
Performance by the avant-garde.
I've just never seen it, sorry. It looked kind of like a little guitar, though.
You're not quite wrong about it, but the main difference is that it doesn't produce sound by plucking like a guitar would. It produces sound by using what they call oh goodness, I'm forgetting the terminology now. But essentially, you use a haired bow. That's it. I'm sorry, I knew it was something along that. A bow, and what it does is when it comes across the line, the strings, it produces a sound. So it's rather elegant in that way because it produces a much finer sound compared to a strum of a guitar and such things.
Oh, wow. Wow, that's way more complicated than I thought. That's great information. Now I know. Thank you.
Yes, now you do, of course.
Now I'm more intelligent. Especially about violence.
Exactly. I suppose you could pluck a violin. Some people do that in some cases where they need to produce a certain sound. They'll pluck a part of it, and then with the vibrations of with the pluck, they'll use the bow on it, and it'll produce a very odd, but, you know, not odd, but a very different sound.
To the world I close my eyes to see. I close my eyes to see. Every night I lie in bed, the brightest colors fill my head. A million dreams are keeping me. A million dreams, a million dreams. I think of what the road could be. A vision of the one I see. A million dreams is all it's gonna take. A million dreams for the world we're gonna make. For the world we're gonna make.
Oh my. Fantastic,
Very well
fantastic
done.
as always.
Nice. Well done.
That's good.
There's how many more performances are there gonna be?
I could have them all night, honestly.
Yes, indeed, quite a
Well,
few.
good
We've
for
been
you, Leon.
spoiled.
You can just glue your ass to a chair and watch them.
It's true.
Well,
Man, I'm literally glued to this.
it's how I felt. Because I'm 2 days old.
Oh, yeah, that would explain a lot.
Beg your pardon.
Impressive.
Very impressive.
It's got the ambitious, but
I have wheels on my feet.
With emotions and everything else, there's a lot that can learn within
Oh, you know, I never realized that, but, you know, thinking about it, that makes sense. Does that stage have an enchantment of something of the sort that, like, amplifies the sound they make or something?
That seems to be the case.
Oh, I see. Fantastic. I never realized that until recently.
I just assumed it's like microphone.
Yes, you could tell when the other person was dancing around the audience.
I appreciate that.
Oh yeah, you can hear when
that did put it in mind, so I never really considered it till then, though.
When I meant alive, they're literally living synthetic beings. It was weird. That have been alive for trillions and trillions of years.
Like fake humans.
Wait. You got kicked out of
Are
here.
you able to use your feet to walk?
Basically, I killed an ancient synthetic god that was trying to destroy all humanity and every race known to man or the universe itself.
Oh,
I
you
killed
probably say that one.
The gods didn't like that, so I was banished out of my own universe.
So were they like gods, or were they like gods?
My first evening here, the child, Sig, said that I would hear many stories about world-ending events.
Yeah, it seems to be rather accurate. I believe on my first day they were explaining how there was an entity of sorts that would eat entire planes of existence and such things.
It took me till that'd be my third day. Yeah, my third day to hear such thing. So. Yeah, my third day. Today would be my fourth day here. Fifth day? I'm confused.
Yeah.
I'm out of time. It'd be fifth day.
Wow. It all kind of blends together after a while.
Yeah. Yeah, my first story I heard like that would be from Arthur.
Well, regardless of all the world-ending events we'll hear about, still a pleasant place to be.
I'm trying to understand.
Going to this place really puts you into perspective how small we are, but also makes you feel okay with it.
Yes, exactly. You know, when you're dealing with entities and deities of the like that could destroy your entire plane of existence, and you're having a casual chat with them, you know, nothing to really worry about. Although I wonder how powerful the owner must be if he can contain such entities in this location.
True.
Maybe a lot of it is like, what's the word? Like, making himself look that powerful. Because like if you're questioning it, that says something.
I'm also told there's a very powerful relic that's assisting with the containment of powers.
I see.
That's probably also help. I've heard of the relic, so I don't know if it works or not because I don't do the magic thing.
Same for the most part. And as my first time hearing about it, so I will leave it in the hands of the owner and the various staff to worry about that bit. I'm here to enjoy my time and not think about it too much, otherwise the existential dread will set in, and no one wants that.
I've gotten very good at avoiding existential dread so far. I'd rather not think about it now. So, to be fair,
Don't worry about it too much, M4. That's it's more of an organic concept than anything. It's the idea that everything comes to an end eventually, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Yada yada yada. Yada. You know.
Oh yes, I was understanding the root words.
Definitely doesn't have a large one. Alright.
Yes, sometimes there's understanding what the words mean, and then understanding what it, makes people feel and such things. So
it is good that you explain to understand what it means to you.
Yes. Well, I wonder if we'll get another performance. I feel rather spoiled, almost asking for another one though.
I mean, if you wanted to, you could try your hand at telling a story, maybe.
No, my stories would be far too boring for the stage.
Stories are
there's a reason I presented my masterpiece as a book rather than as a play or something of the like. Exactly.
I hear a place like the Lying Fork or the Garden is good to practice. It is a much smaller environment.
I see, that's interesting to consider. Although I'd have to try going to the garden at some point. I've heard about it, but I haven't been able to make my time to go there.
I found that the garden is very inviting.
Fantastic. And Sir Panda runs it, if I'm correct, right?
Yes, he is a very fine individual.
Well, I mean, as a garden, it would make sense for a bear, creature as himself to run such a place, I suppose. Not to stereotype, but can't help but draw conclusions.
It's strange. It does have a large tree, but it is mostly the balcony of a building in Upper Lower Saphira. There.
Oh, I've heard it's actually somewhere close to the Purple Lotus Casino, actually. Somewhere either lower or higher, I forget. But
yeah, from what I've been told, it's considered lower.
If it's down here, I might have to check it out. I don't think I want to go up to Upper Severe because that place gives me bad vibes, like rich people area.
Yeah, so the nobility districts and such.
Yeah, a lot of people to steal from, but also a lot of police.
A lot of bad habits sparking up in such prime locations and whatnot.
I'd probably die.
Yeah, that would make sense.
I'd probably try and pickpocket someone and then get caught. I know my limit. Down here, it's easy to do stuff.
It's expected.
It's only 2 syllables, man.
It's expected and not too regulated and such.
Yours.
Yeah. If you get pickpocketed, it's your own fault.
It's like 2 syllables.
It's true. That is true.
My synthetic friends. That's available to remember.
So that's why I keep everything on bag or within pockets and such things. So rather deep pockets and such. So it's it's very hard not to feel someone attempting to get in the pocket. But I've had some thieves get through. That is the case. One can only do so much from a master pickpocket and such things.
We're talking about thieves over here. Cool.
Yeah. Yes, indeed.
I've had my run-in with those guys. Those guys are fun. They try to pickpocket me. It's just like, oh, there's nothing there. What are you gonna do?
There's no pockets. Yeah, next thing you know, they'll start snapping off parts.
I mean, if you try that, there's not going to be much value because the part would be broken.
I mean, you could. You could make a fair bit of value off you. Of course, I wouldn't want to, because that's kind of weird.
My arm was $20 and it was found in the scrapyard.
Oh.
Let's see, my head was 50
fair.
credits. I bought that off of a buddy of mine. See, that foot is 35 and that foot is 25. Don't ask how that's different. Let's see, what else? Let's see. Oh, I did my own wiring, so that was free. Let's see. Oh, my optical sensor pops it out. Fuck, probably shouldn't. Just pops it back in. Probably shouldn't take that out very often because that kind of breaks me. But that thing was like the most expensive thing on me, which was like, I don't know, 65. So there's all in all like only like 150 worth of credits in total. So yeah.
That's fair. I don't know much about synthetic parts.
Say a good bit of bargaining.
I mean, you just kind of like takes his arm off. Like, I mean, if you want, you can take it.
No, I'm fine.
You spend the rest of the evening without an arm.
Synthetic parts because it's.
I mean, hey, it's pretty. I made myself modular, so I mean, if something pops off, I could just like put a little connector on something and just use it. Makes things really easy to replace. So like, if I lose a hand or like lose a leg, I can just kind of like, and then there we go.
It's, I suppose, ironic to see such a disposition in synthetics when you think about it, because I mean, you have, you know, our good new friend here who has, you know, made himself practically by himself, slap parts together from just random bits and pieces, and
I
then
think
you
it
have
started by a
M4.
mechanic I know, but after that, I could do myself.
Yeah, and then M4 over here, who was curated by the creator and whatnot, and you know, is rather fortunate to have such well, I suppose, a well-established creator and such things who's willing to take care of her and such things.
It would be unfortunate if I had to replace my limbs as frequently as you're hinting at.
I mean, yeah, it is kind of annoying, but like, it's pretty cost-effective when you're, you know, dirt cheap to begin with.
You gotta do what you gotta do to get by, innit?
Yep, I live in the lower levels, so can't get much lower than that, aside from like the underground. But we don't go there. So yeah.
I live down here as well, so I understand the sentiment. You know, minus the limb removal, but you know, that's your own deal. I steal from people who get limbs for cheap. Not gonna steal any of your limbs, by the way. That's weird to me. That's like, you know, that makes me think
Wonderful,
of taking
thank you. That
arms off
happens
people.
on a monthly basis.
Oh goodness, you'll just be powered down or something, then a limb disappears. That's annoying, I'm sure.
I mean, usually I try to hide myself in like a freaking alley or something like that, but after that, it's just like, well.
What do you do for a profession? Do you get paid for it at all, or is it just expected?
Yeah, I do. I work in the, like, I don't know, like moving stuff business.
Oh,
so,
a general laborer.
Let's see. Yeah, pretty much. Like, there's one guy I work for, he gives me boxes of donuts, and I deliver them to places.
I was thinking a robot in that truck.
Oh no, I don't have any vehicles. It's kind of hard to fit a truck down in those like slim apartment ways.
Oh yes, I saw some of those.
Down there's a bike, but that would be taking up the whole road. So yeah.
I used to do some courier work. The best thing if you want to go down lower levels like this, to get a bike. But even then, that's sometimes too big. You gotta go by foot.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to go by foot. Then again, that's if you're organic. That's how you can track diseases if you're not wearing a mask of some kind. But hey, I ain't your brother.
You make the money.
Yep. Like sometimes the shit that drips from the freaking ceiling of the higher levels, that's just weird. I mean, I've seen people make fucking drugs out of that shit, and it's real weird.
That is indeed rather
That's
odd.
When it gets that's when it gets stupid weird. It's just like, what the fuck? It's like, so you're telling me you took that green ooze that drips from the top down to that dumpster looking thing, and you're gonna like refine that and make it into a gas can, so you can go like.
Interesting characters.
High off of it.
That sounds dangerous more than effective.
I love the variety around here.
It's hella dangerous. But I hear the highs are really intense and really fun. I can't get that, sadly. Although there are the synthetic ones, like Pixel. That stuff's fun. It purposefully uploads a tiny virus into your systems.
Oh.
But it's like a friendly virus that goes away after a while.
I see.
That's what they all say.
And it makes all your systems fun. I mean, you can try it firsthand. It's not hard to get. It's legal, too. At least as far as I know.
That might be an interesting thing to learn about.
Alright, yeah, go for it. If you want to try it. I know where to get some. It's not far, actually. It's like down the road. You can walk to it. I don't think they'd let me in here with it, but...
I don't think now is the time to experiment with such things.
A fair point, Yeah. I mean, there is a mall down the way, actual little ways way down to the lower levels where there's a guy named Donut Shop. He's fun. He's actually really nice. Like one of the nicer guys, actually. So yeah. And that's his name, by the way, Donut Shop. No one knows his actual name. Everyone's told him Donut Shop because he runs a donut shop.
Oh, does he actually run the circular pastries? Okay.
Yes, he does. That's actually his main business.
Rather interesting.
And that's what I work for, actually. But yeah. Like I said earlier, I deliver the donut things. And a couple other things, actually. I deliver parts. Let's see, sometimes other food things. I don't know. It's generally the big mall thing. So it's like, yes, you need clothes? I got clothes. You need a holodeck, a phone? Sure, whatever.
Interesting.
You need contacts? I got contacts. You know, usually the phrase is, I'm the guy that knows people.
You're like
Sounds very helpful.
I don't know how else to put it.
Indeed.
I mean, yeah, it is. It has its moments.
What's
Then
your
again,
name,
it
by
has
the
its
way?
terrible moments.
You seem like a useful person to know. What's your name?
My name's Victor. Pleasure to meet you.
Methin. Good to meet you.
I can. That's an interesting name.
Yeah. Methin, like muffin, but with an E.
Oh, methin. I was about to say method.
Yeah.
That's like methamphetamine.
I've gotten that one a lot.
I can see that.
They call me meth for short, but yeah.
I call you meth. Because that'd be very awkward.
That's fair. It happens a lot. But yeah, if you ever need anything, lockpick or someone with deft hands, I'm around. Also, I did courier work in the past. I can do it again.
Oh, well, there you go. I think you found a line of employment, at least. In the meanwhile, while you're waiting for your apartment and whatnot.
I mean, heck yeah, if you need something to do, I can help you out with that.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
The Purple Lotus. Such a place of opportunity. I love it.
I know, right? I find a lot of weird
Contacts being made.
Yeah. That's a weird shit goes on in here. Like, what type of cult was started in here because of a pole that was randomly over there?
Yes. The cult of the holy pole and the what is it? The something pillar. The two conflicting sects and whatnot.
That is interesting.
That shit was so fucking stupid, but it was so funny. And holy shit, I can't believe I missed, like, the first time it happened.
Yes, I've seen it happen once in here recently, but it was rather, tame from what I've heard compared to the other times it's happened, so... They managed to almost get to the ceiling.
Right on. Well, I actually haven't really seen you guys around, so you guys relatively new, or like, what's up?
Oh yeah, I'm fairly new myself, only a couple weeks, I think. What has it been, 4 or 5 weeks, I think, of coming here?
Nice.
I'm
I
around.
commend you for coming back. Cool.
Yeah. I've been here about as long as that.
Sick. I just can't remember how long I've been here. I think it's been like a year, maybe.
Oh,
I don't
goodness.
know. I've been.
You've gotten around quite a bit then.
Here. Yeah, no shit. I want to say a year, maybe a teeny bit longer, but even still.
Roughly that. Point blank.
Roughly a year. Yeah. It's kind of weird that my dumbass has been around that long. Jeez. Anyways. Yeah.
No,
See,
it's good to meet you.
Come and go, you know?
Been here for one day, and you've gotten more character development than anyone else in this fucking thing already somehow.
I know, right? It's so fucking ironic how that shit can happen. It's just like, wow, sometimes it takes a year for jack shit to happen, but then in a day you can have like all this shit happen. So weird.
Literally, as soon as I
Tonight was very
I'm
exciting.
not running on anything, not even interacting. Already friends at Hat Kid and everything else, and gets massive character development beyond anything I've ever done before. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Congratulations.
Congratulations, I'm now a Twitch streamer. God damn it.
What's
There's
the
not
first streamer?
I'm not very familiar.
Yes, I can break the fourth wall now. That's another ability now. Thank you, Sig.
I don't know.
I've heard of the fourth wall. Well, we've heard of the fourth wall. Remember, it was during that comedy bit that one cartoon character was breaking that. I'm not too sure what exactly where was breaking.
Is Sig still here? I haven't seen him in a few minutes.
It's all an illusion. It's all an illusion inside your head. Don't worry about it. Don't worry
Okay,
about it.
alright, very well.
Oh, I thought I stopped hallucinating. Okay, which one of you are real?
No, it just
I thought we weren't allowed to use
No, I'm
illusions due to the
You're
bracelets.
all real.
Yeah, I thought that too.
We're all real here. Just
okay.
making this an illusion.
Got you. Understandable. Pardon me as I turn around for no reason. Anyways.
Still, yes.
Yes,
Good to
pardon
meet
me as
your
I punch my
acquaintance,
head into the
Victor.
wall. Anyways, what?
Good to meet you, Victor, as always.
Yeah, good to
Meeting
meet
new
you.
people is always fantastic. I can talk well. That's
Words
my
are
job.
annoying.
Yes. It's my job to talk well, and yet here I am. I am Marcus DuPont, traveling warrior scholar of Gloria. Good to meet you.
Good to meet you too. Yeah, so,
And I'll extend my greeting to you as
I
well.
don't think
And I'm M4. I'm here to learn and experience new things.
Congratulations.
Gun
You're
name
learning a lot.
M4.
Like the gun.
M4. I've heard that there is a firearm that shares a name.
Yes, it's assault rifle.
Yeah, there's an M4, M4A1, A3, A2, M16.
M16.
Let's.
Jinx.
There's a shit ton of others. I don't really give a shit. And also, yeah, I guess.
Gungo Burr.
Also, on a note,
Yes,
M4, I don't know
Gungo.
if you've realized, but your vocal modulator has changed. I don't know if you're aware of that fact.
Yeah, sounds very musical.
Your voice, alright?
I do not know what's going on over here.
It happens to the rest of
There
us.
it is. Bit of an error or something of the sort. It happens to synthetics, I've heard.
There was a lot of flux earlier, and I think that's affecting my systems.
It
That makes
happens,
sense.
don't worry.
It happens to the best of us. I mean, I'm sure you all saw me earlier talking crazy talk with that line that cut the casino in half and whatnot. Darn flux.
Wait, what?
Yeah, there was an odd line. It was a red line that was cutting the casino literally in half for a good bit. When I looked away from it, it disappeared. It was rather odd.
Flux is weird.
Yeah, well, listen.
Are you performing? If you're performing, let the staff know.
I think that's. Yeah, I was about to say.
Oh, I'm
think
sorry.
that's-
I didn't realize. I'm still learning most of the staff faces.
Don't worry, you'll get used to it.
Oh, fantastic.
Came into this world, Daddy's little girl. Daddy made a soldier out of me. Daddy held my hand Or is it? Damn it! I fucked up already. Shit.
That's fine. Take your time.
You're fine.
Art
You're
takes
doing
time
great.
and practice.
Don't worry, words are hard.
Came into this world, Daddy's little girl. Daddy made a soldier out of me. Daddy made me dance. Daddy held my hands. Daddy liked his whiskey with his tea. And we rode motorcycles, blackjack, classic vinyls, girls, what I had to be. He said, take care of your mother, watch out for your sisters. That's when Daddy looked at me with his gun. With his head held high, he told me not to cry. Oh, my daddy said shoot. Oh, my daddy said shoot. With his right hand on his rifle, he swore it on the Bible. Oh, my daddy said shoot. Oh, my daddy said shoot. Daddy made me fight. It wasn't always right. But he said, girl, it's your Second Amendment. He always played it cool. But Daddy was no fool. And right before he died, he said, remember. He said, take care of your mother. Watch out for your sisters. That's when Daddy looked at me with his gun. His head held high, he told me not to cry. Oh, my daddy said shoot. Oh, my daddy said shoot. With his right hand on his rifle, he swore it on the Bible. Oh, my daddy said shoot. Oh, my daddy said shoot. He held me in his arms and he taught me to be strong. He told me when he's gone, here's what you do. When trouble comes to town and men like me come around, oh, my daddy said shoot. Oh, my daddy said shoot. Thank you.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Nice.
Well done.
I like songs that tell a story. It's not just random words saying why they love someone. It's actually saying something about something.
Exactly.
Like one can assume it's some kind of war story about some kind of father that died. Like right hand on his rifle. One can assume he's fucking dead, but
Yeah, there's quite a bit of interpretation there as well. I did not understand all the terminology, but I got the gist of it. It's rather war-torn father figure story of sorts, and it conveyed it rather well, even to me who's not familiar with all the terminology.
yeah. Now I'm just curious what kind of rifle, because then from there we can see what time period that's from. There was like some kind of bolt action, and it's just like maybe it's from like fucking like 800 years ago. And then if it's like some kind of like black powder shit, then that's like a fucking 1200 or something like that.
They mentioned a motorcycle, so it's before.
Maybe it is more modern then.
And something called vinyl? I'm not too sure what that is, but I recall that being said as well.
I believe it is a type of building material.
Years ago.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, something like that. But hey, good song either way. I do appreciate a vocal lift.
And I think that cartoon fellow went backstage as well. Perhaps they'll be doing another performance.
Oh boy, there's so much fucking shit going on tonight. Jesus.
Yes, we've been rather spoiled for performances, I know.
No kidding. Usually we get nothing or we get one thing. But tonight we've had like 4 now, I think. 3?
Yes, 3 or 4.
Yeah, something like that.
I think that made 4, actually. That made 4, yes. That made 4 indeed.
Yeah. But that one person
Again.
with like the big like mirror thing that I almost got punched in the face. But hey, that was fun.
Yeah, it's the cartoon fellow. That's the one I was talking of.
Yeah, they just like appeared randomly out of my left and like swung her hand or something like that. I'm like, God,
she teleported behind me. I just about decked her in the head, but I didn't. Scared the shit out of
yeah, I think they need to be a little more careful about that kind of shit because there's some really.
I knew they were hopping about, so I expected.
Yeah.
What a jumpy folk.
Yeah, so all these performances are just reminding me of Bardic college days, and I'm almost missing it now, going back there. Oh, good enough.
I mean, hey, you're here now.
Indeed, that's about as close. I could always visit, but it wouldn't be much of the same. Nothing that quite holds the Exactly. Nothing quite holds that same stressful rush of passion to find the right way to express your masterpiece and such things. It was always a time to live during that.
Yeah, good. And actually, out of curiosity, I can't help but notice like what you look like. Are you a synthetic or are you in a suit?
Oh no. It's just a simple padded suit, some plating, and a. So this is actually a helmet I've converted from an old artillery piece on a battlefield. So it's a more of a conversation piece and a helmet to protect myself in. So people always ask, and it's a good way to start a conversation with people. You see. So
I mean, yeah, it does look like a deep sea mine. Not gonna lie. So,
yes, I've heard that relation, and I'm starting to realize that. But no, what it actually was, it's an artillery piece.
I didn't notice the loop there. Could be
Yeah,
some
so
kind
the
of
loop
big,
there.
like, mace, I guess.
Yeah, so the loop here, what it was
flail,
is
if you will.
the hook on the back there was meant to be hooked up to an artillery piece, such as a ballista or something of the sort. And what would happen is the slot right here where I'm speaking out of, it's a bit of a mechanical mystery there, but let's just say it's attached to my chin and such. But essentially what would happen is when it was flung, as it flew across the battlefield, it would leave a strand of a line of fire because they bits of hot molten material within. So with the holes here that I'm seeing out of, it led in air to keep that material fresh and hot and such. So when it did drop its payload, it would leave a long strand of area of control fire on a battlefield. It was used by the orcs fairly often. Exactly. It was meant for. Yes, it was used in orc battles to contain a line of attack for their advantage. Essentially, during this time when this artillery piece was used, the orcs were just beginning their whole out of barbarism, out of the Badlands and such. So they're spread on the mainlands of Gloria and such other countries related near. Their raids would contain very quick and fast raids on a territory before pulling back. So they would use this to cut off lanes of retreat for forces and such. So it would control the battlefield in their advantage.
Yeah, I can see how that could be helpful. And it being
Indeed.
hollow, it describes how your head's in there right now.
Exactly. It is essentially a lot of padding, a lot of mechanical bits to strap it to my chin, but yeah, I'm no synthetic. Or at least in my world, no man of iron. I'd hate to be one of those. No offense to you two, of course. There's differences from my worlds, I suppose, synthetics to yours, I'm sure, but...
Yeah, don't worry. I'm very hard to trigger, so yeah, I'm not like those other guys that get like what did you just call me, a fucking robot? No, I don't really give a shit. Like it's stubborn. I really don't give a shit.
Yeah. Luckily, it was explained to me before I even knew what I was.
Kind of like technically, that mentality would make you an AI capable of learning. So, robot wouldn't be a really good description because you aren't programmed to do anything specific, unless you are, in which you can be called a robot.
Unless your purpose alone is to learn, is it not? I'm not understanding.
My creator purposely left very much for me to discover on myself.
Yeah, and then in which case that would leave you to fill in your own gaps, making you sort of your own person. So in that instance, you would be a AI or a synth or whatever you want to be called. That robot is specifically programmed to do a certain task, i.e., a little vacuum guy. If you know what a Roomba is.
I've heard of them.
That
I've
would be a
not
robot.
seen one though.
My career has one of those.
Discs. Yeah, that would be a robot. Because that thing isn't gonna be learning shit. That thing's just gonna be on the floor sucking up whatever dirt.
So to kind of lay this out, a robot is a mechanical machine that performs a function, while a synthetic is a higher point of that almost conducts their own, what they believe to be their form of function. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, in a way. And or you can call it an AI, which would then be, artificial intelligence, making it more of a brain that can think for itself, but not actually having a brain. It's really hard to describe.
No, I understand.
Personally, I would be called an AI at the rate I am, but I used to be a robot, because I was programmed to do this kind of shit, but I'm so far in that kind of programming where I've developed all this shit, and now I am me.
Oh, I see.
You're a free-thinking entity.
Yeah, in a way. But technically, it is all still programming, so if it was erased, I'd go back to myself, and then I would be called a robot again. But, eh.
I see. That's an interesting way to think about it.
Pleasant fellow.
Oh yes, I'm sure our good friend Matt.
That.
I'm sure our good friend Meth here would be ashamed to lose a new contact and such, especially when you live on the same plane and such.
Yeah, no kidding. Be real unfortunate. Wonder if anything else is
friends
gonna
in
happen.
low places.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. Yeah. I know another guy,
technically
but
fine when we're
he's...
both in low.
Let's get you back home.
Exactly.
That's the point. We're both low.
Yeah.
I guess it's still low places.
Yeah, friends in low
Technology's
places.
Yeah.
You know.
Low places.
It's like friends in high places, but the opposite.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I do know another guy that's a similar business to me, except he's monopolized it and made his own fucking company. So that guy's
It
actually
wouldn't
really
happen
cool.
to be The Office, would it?
No,
Oh.
I don't know any of those guys, and as far as I'm aware of them, they can go. They may as well be in outer space. Because I don't know jack shit about them.
All I know about it is that I've been told to stay away from. So I'm just like.
Yeah, that would be also a good idea.
The only thing I've heard about them.
Mixed up in that whole Robo Revolution bullshit.
Yeah, that's the only thing I've heard about them is that they're a company that employs exclusively synthetic beings. So
Yeah.
I know nothing really past that.
So in their own special way, they are also racist. But yeah, that's an awkward topic.
Yes.
It's technically racist, but it's technically racist, but it doesn't feel as bad since you guys usually get the short end of the stick.
Yeah.
So it feels like reckoning.
I mean, hey, I don't give a shit either way, so it doesn't really matter to me. Unless it's funny, and then maybe, I don't know, but still.
I understand the feeling. You get called Demon Slaughter.
Oh, good evening on it.
Be closing in 16 minutes. Just letting you guys
16
know.
minutes? Alright, good to hear.
Epic. Thanks.
Alright.
That guy's fucking scary.
Oh,
Have you seen him?
It
Have
is,
you seen him fight?
Yeah.
Have you seen him fight?
Yeah. Have you seen him fight?
I haven't seen him fight, but I've heard of the shit that guy's done. Holy shit, don't fuck with that guy.
Yes, I've heard much of the same.
He had a fight at the odds end with the guildmaster. What's his name? Rayesh, I think. I heard his name was. They had a fight. And
Let's just.
The Mitzi Shores Guildmaster?
They're just like, don't get related with that guy. Or,
I don't know.
bad shit will happen to you, or bad shit will happen to you.
I don't know. He works here. I think he was going around telling everyone that stuff.
Okay, if it's the one that I think you're talking about. Yeah, Rashish is his name.
Yes, the one who was here earlier just talking to me when I was telling him the
Mm,
Barnard
the
College
one
story.
with the earring.
That guy.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I value existence, so I choose to not be related.
Or at least to not to
Anything.
affiliate.
So, yeah.
Besides going to their establishment, of course.
Oh yeah, but it's different. This here being here is different, in my opinion.
Yes.
I need new parts.
This
Because
place is
being
nice.
here
It's
is
actually
just
safe.
like going to the grocery store or something like that, or going to a bar. It's not being directly related to them and doing business with them. You're just kind of hanging out in their place.
I see.
You're not really paying to be here, so you're hardly even a patron. Unless you buy a drink, then that would make you a patron. But yeah, I don't know. Technicalities, I don't really care.
Regardless,
And they really
it's
should-
mostly safe here, so I'm not. Even if the boss guy is scary, I'm not gonna be like, hey, I'm not gonna turn down a place that I'm very unlikely to get mugged in.
Yep. Very unlikely. I like your choice of wording.
Yeah. I mean,
hello.
there was hello. Yeah.
10 minutes. Yes, we're aware. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm
I mean, there
there's
was
another staff that's gonna come and tell us.
Oh, probably. Unless we just start hanging out near the front, they'll keep bugging us, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes.
Probably should wrap up soon. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There was those people that, or not people, that person that came that tried to yoink that little sin.
Ah, yes. Best be careful out there, you two.
I was gonna go with that guy because that guy seemed really funny to fuck with, but oh well.
The owner actually came up and was going around telling everybody that those are scrappers. So keep your eyes open.
Yeah.
They're gonna probably try and take your
those
shit.
guys. Yeah, I've met a few scrappers, dude. Those guys are really funny. If you treat them well, at least.
Yeah. No,
Good
I
talks
imagine
over a
since
good drink and
mostly-
such.
Yeah, I imagine since
not
you're
even that,
mostly
just
inexpensive, it's a bit less dangerous for you.
No, a good strat I would suggest, just don't be mean, or don't just don't like fuck with them. Just be like, hey man, how's it going? What's up?
That's
Something I
always
can help
fair.
you with? Like just
Yeah.
don't like, oh, scrapper, what the fuck do you want? Get the fuck out of here. That's how you piss them off. And then that's what encourages them to do that kind of shit. If you just don't fuck with them and just walk on, mind your own business, then they won't give a fuck.
Being mean to people is a good way to get shanked in an alleyway.
Yeah, good point. Although it also helps to not look expensive. No offense, I'm looking at you.
Yes, I was a very, very obvious target.
Very advanced. Yes. So don't walk down the street alone. Is all I'm saying.
So there's a reason I'm put together in somewhat ragged gear and such, you know.
Yeah,
Not only can I not
you
afford
can
it,
get
but
literally in any like synthetic android store. You can literally get this piece of shit anywhere. Or at least you used to. It's right. It's kind of discontinued now, but I still see my model every now and again.
I'm sure you can find one somewhere.
I have actually. Another one's come through that door. Except they were taller and more blue.
That's rather funny.
Yeah, it was. It was really funny.
Is that ever jarring for you? Like you see someone that looks exactly like you?
Nah. I know they're not exactly like me because my model can't do this kind of shit. Just pulls it off again. I did this.
What you could do is you find someone who looks remarkably like you, and then you just fuck with people. It's like pretend that you're each other. Like twins do that.
Yeah, but at the same time, you'll get situations with like that clone batch that walked in the last week or two. Whenever they came in, that was
where they see that started brawling at the onset.
Yeah, exactly.
That was exciting. That was a good fight.
I do recall that Sig getting in there as well. That was rather funny.
He got fucking smashed.
I think he got knocked out in one punch, wasn't it?
Nah, I think we should start walking towards the door.
Yeah, so it seems. Well, let's begin the March of Shame.
Well, it's good meeting you, Victor.
The March of Shame. What do we have shameful? What do we have reason to be shameful?
Talking, that's what I mean.
Oh.
It is a shame to stop conversing, a shame to stop interacting with such good people.
Arthritis, is that what you're saying? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Oh yeah, that guy I mentioned earlier, his name's Kyle. He actually comes here sometimes. It's pretty cool.
Oh, good to hear.
He's got a like black and white sort of suit look going.
There are lots of people in suits here, apparently.
Yeah.
It is a casino, so that makes sense. There are lots of people in suits here.
Thank you. Back on. Thank you very much. So you have a good evening. Keep care of yourself.
You too. Yep, see you later.
Hello. I'll be leaving as well.
Damn. All right, then, that's over here. There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, hi. All right, then go ahead. Good about you, man.
Good night.
All right, then that's right. There you go.
Oh. Well, everyone, have a good evening. See you later, M4. Stay safe. Don't get scratched now.
I will do my best.
To the elevator together. Just don't stand out in the fucking cooling rain too long, or else you'll get fried.
I'm done this evening, sir. I wish to return home.
Oh, my.
You are the same person.
My freaking hand, it hurt.
Whoa.
You did a great job. I loved it. That's very
So,
cool effect on your avatar, by the way.
I was, since my throat was tired, this character naturally has a British accent when she talks, and her voice is very low, so I have to talk like this. But I just decided to be English just for today because my throat kind of hurt.
Oops.
And my natural accent has me sounding a bit too like I'm from the South, and I don't want that for that character. So
well, darn tootin'.
Models that lags people.
Yep.
Yep.
You may be wondering what I'm doing this week.
What's up?
It's nothing. I'm trying to vengeance philosophy, and I don't have any ideas, which means I'm winning. You professional existers think you're untouchable because you stopped at the step one of doing literally anything, but I'll show you. I will achieve a level of thought so useless that the naturally scuttling hamster of the mind shall come to a stop in its wheel. The complete absence of every form of intent.
You're already on my list.
Equilibrium of worthlessness from which I can sneer, lacking any vulnerability that might come from ambition.
It was doing the same thing to me earlier. There's a bug thing that's going around.
Scoffing at the prospect of thinking
I see.
about
That
doing
makes sense.
Yeah, because negative showed up as a friend and then randomly wasn't.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god. Oh, I see.
I've been trying to fix the bones for the past 2 weeks, and I just won't fucking fix it, so infuriating.
I see.
And I love you, Red Citizen.
Ever do that?
Oh my god.
Oh,
You were
goodness.
the one that was playing the Mega Mind.
Good to meet you out of character, though. I hope you enjoyed my boring stories about shit.
Yeah, next, thank you for pointing out that my voice changer wasn't working.
Yeah, it was weird. It changed to a different one or something, like midway through. I wasn't sure if you just changed it on purpose, but I thought I'd point it out.
I have no idea what was going on. I got hit really bad with lag. I thought I was gonna crash.
Oh yeah, no, makes sense. I've actually got really good frames. I'm like at 35 right now. I usually get 20.
You're too good for this earth.
Oh yeah, I'm about 35 right now too. It got much better as the evening progressed.
I don't even talk on my normal voice. This makes me so comfortable.
I need a better GPU in mine. Mine was dying on Saturday.
And yeah, I have the lowest end of the high-end graphics cards in my fucking PC. I have a Radeon 570, which is the bare minimum to be considered decent graphics cards.
Yeah, I have a 1070. Yeah, I have a 1070, and the rest, so it's like 5 years old at this point. But Steam VR I think is good.
I'll tell you what though, good news. Cards are getting cheaper.
Yeah,
So
I'm
you'll
waiting
get
for
an
that.
update soon.
Yep.
A lot
Yeah,
of those minor fuckers are putting them out on eBay and shit used because they realize the market's crashing. So
This is Victor. He's a freaking,
Cool.
he's an asshole.
Yeah, I do a lot of graphics work, so I need a good one. I've just been waiting for because they're astronomically priced right now.
oh yeah, it's ridiculous. I saw a 2070 for like less than $1,000, so I was like, oh, finally, it's gone below that. It's almost at normal price.
Oh, and my facial expressions are stuck on this avatar. That's why I had to reload.
It's grown up fucking Legos, man. Fucking follow the instructions. You can't fuck up, and if something does fuck up, you can just look online for solutions a lot of the time. It may be a pain in the ass sometimes, but most of the time it's really easy.
Yeah, I haven't need to upgrade my computer yet because I got a good one a while like a bit ago. Like,
Yeah.
for VR.
I had a drive fail a few days ago, and I had to rebuild the whole thing. Computers are fun. Oh, that's good to know. So I have an invisibility toggle on this character, but apparently I don't go uninvisible. Let me reset.
You gotta reload the avatar, fuck.
Yep. Well, so I become visible for myself, but apparently not for other people.
I debated on coming in as a different character today, but I was like, I don't know if I'm feeling it.
I was the same. I'm debating whether I should switch avatars or not. I'm not sure if RP still going. I don't want to do that. That's time I want to lag up thing. But I wanted to play a character because I saw a really good model booth. I wanted to play as a character. Literally this session, I saw someone using that model. I was like, God fucking damn it.
Oh, good thing you didn't fucking use it, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually
from something I gotta put together.
Yeah, I actually waved at some people that I thought I recognized, but then I looked at the nameplate and oh, that's not who I thought it was.
Yeah, I want to learn how to like properly model at some point, but I'm fucking I'm really lazy.
Same.
This is my first Lotus custom model that I've done, but really it's just an edited model. I'm really lazy in that direction, or fuck with the textures a bit and added horns.
I see.
It's a good model though. It's just that it doesn't translate well into VR chat, hence the legs.
Oh, we're good. We're good. Okay, sorry, lagged out a bit.
Oh, you lagged?
Yeah.
Changed the model.
I almost crashed.
Did they had to reset their... No, just a reset.
Oh, okay.
I'm happy I didn't.
No, it was well after I was doing anything, so something else happened.
Might be somebody in a casino, but it was just a reset here.
No, we were still in the scene. No one was doing anything like that.
Oh, okay.
Is RP over yet, or?
When Sachi and them finally leave the casino, it'll be over.
Oh, okay.
They've got like 2 minutes.
We've got approached like 3 times. I'm like, well, all right, I guess we'll just fucking leave. I don't know. I mean, I gotta get a new avatar for this guy because it's. Hi, what's up, Mountain Man? Gotta get a new avatar because fucking.
Oh.
Destroyed. The man.
Nick, I absolutely loved your explanation about the avatar.
Oh yeah. Oh, with the helmet and shit. Yeah. No.
Yeah, that was hilarious. I love that.
Hey, you know what's funny? You go to avatars, right? You go to the public. Go 3 pages in. There's that fucker right there. But people don't dig that deep for it, so it's like I get away with this shit, you know? Fucking, I love it.
Hey, Joel.
The public avatar that like no one knows is a public avatar.
Exactly. The perfect ruse. I love it.
I mean, it's great. I love it. It's perfect. I love it.
I'm fucking wondering where that's from. It's like a really good model.
Yeah.
Oh, Ruby, cool exoskeleton. I like that.
If you get your own model, you gotta keep the helmet because it's the concept.
I know, it's good, I know. I've made too good of a story for it now. Yeah.
It's the man, he's going to steal.
Oh, shit.
Oh my,
No, that's not happening.
I got drinks for you, you son of a bitch, how dare you?
I'm not wearing the bracelet, I can defend myself. Unfortunately, I don't have any of my weapons on this model.
Oh, you had a gun in at some point. Was that a different one?
Yeah, it's bugged. So I had it was a different version of the avatar, and yeah.
I see. So you bought the base, right? But you've been modifying it yourself. It looks fucking great.
The base was actually free, and yeah, I've done a lot of modification on it. Yeah.
That's fucking awesome, man. I wish I was that good at modeling. I used to know a little bit back when I was in college, and I was like, oh man, I'm gonna learn 3D. I took the one class and then fucking dropped afterwards on any of it, and I learned Maya. So now I gotta relearn fucking Blender, and I don't know anything, and I'm trying to just figure everything out.
I mean, absolutely. You at least have vaguely a background. I'm trying to learn Blender from scratch. I wanted to learn like 3D in college, but I couldn't get in because it's fucking
full as fuck. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Well, there.
I feel that
no
shit.
one stays in. No one stays
Yeah,
in
they fall out. You just gotta. For college, all you gotta do is stick with a class long enough. So if it's a class like that, you stick around even if you're not in it, and eventually someone will drop, and then you can take their spot. Every time I've experienced that shit with college.
I should have done that instead I went to like graphic design stuff because
graphic design's reliable.
It's similar field, so it's like fuck it. There's a lot of classes.
Yeah. I actually went to school for game design, but I'm actually falling back more on graphic design stuff.
Yeah, generally if you go just for game design, you tend to pigeonhole yourself really hard. Most people who are smart, like when they go to college for game design shit, they'll go for like computer science or something like that, and then take extracurriculars for game design shit to fill in the gaps for the class courses. So.
You want to be as varied as possible. But,
exactly. You want to be as generalized or as varied as you can be.
Get a wide skill set, people will hire you for a lot of things.
God damn, I think I chipped my tooth, son of a bitch.
Oh god. How the fuck
you managed that? I don't know. I might be grinding in my sleep. Who fucking knows? Who knows?
You never know.
It's whatever. Fuck it. I've dealt with worse.
You'll know when you wake up tomorrow and your mouth feels like ass.
Oh, I've been dealing with it like the last day or two. I'm just like fucking.
This sucks.
Well, since people are changing models now, I guess I'll just do the other guy that I have. I am Commander Droid. Good evening.
Oh my god! I fought you as an NPC.
Yeah.
I almost kicked your ass.
Were you in the? Yeah, I killed you a few times. Or I didn't kill you. You killed me.
We almost fucked up that other droid.
A couple of times because I'm just like,
cool.
Oh, fuck, that's from behind. Dong.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, boss, how's it going?
Nice.
Someone has the same model, but like without the rope.
Oh, it's the one who walked up to us. Who had
I saved one of your commanders from getting absolutely ganked. You're welcome.
Good, that's your job.
Yep. I got in the way of like fucking 8 hits. I'm like, oh god. Fuck.
I'm just glad you weren't the other droid in the battle.
On my forehead.
Oh yeah, the medic he got messed up.
Not the other droid. Yeah, no.
Oh my god.
Clink. Yeah, I heard he got dragged into a back alley and
yeah. Yeah, I was around for that one. That was hilarious.
And then on top of that, somebody threw a fireball on him.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
I think I know who did that then. There's only one guy that had fireballs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vermintide. I've been playing that recently. Anyway, bro.
I was trying to see like what happened to him, so I could just seeing how we have like an excessive amount of like droids to just give them an extra body, seeing how like we have that.
God damn it! There was a gesture for it. What was it?
So there was just another.
Maybe I disabled
Yeah,
my
I'm
gestures. Hold
alive.
on.
My
Nice.
injury report
There it is, I
was
disabled my
as
gesture. There you go.
previously read.
Yeah, there it is. There's that.
Maybe back in Lotus more. So.
Polar.
You got the pole arm.
I thought this one had an X on it, but I guess not. I think it's the other one I was looking at.
Riveted to his chest. It's fucking hilarious. He's like, okay, we got 5 minutes. Grabs plate. Boom.
I mean, it worked.
Okay, you just... Yeah, it did. And then that rune made me more durable.
That's what I was debating
so
coming
that's
in
what I
as,
was
but I was
using.
like, I really
fucking dodge tank.
I don't have the energy for Chaos Berserker right now.
Yeah, this only slapped a rune on my forehead. Made me like
energy
8
last
times
week or
armor.
whatever the fuck it was
So I'm
for
like,
the NPC
fuck
shit.
yeah.
I wanted to join that, but
I'm assuming the
Let the
loot.
tear begins.
Oh my god, it was so much fun if you negate all the
Yeah.
fucking lag and shit. It was so much fun.
Yeah.
I got the fuck a lot of people up. I got a fuck. It was fantastic.
It's hilarious going in and like you're an NPC, so you're technically weren't a character, but yeah, you interacted with a ton of these people.
It was for 20. It was for 24 hours, so it went away. Or at least it's affected. I don't know if the rune itself is gone.
like a whole like
Or something like that.
Hey, don't touch my droid. Don't touch my droid.
Awesome. What do you mean? Let him know Purple sent you. Or sent us. Fuck.
Look through his pocket, see if he's money.
It was in his pockets. Yeah, he's not.
Hey, yo, chill, cuz. Hey, yo,
Since we're under attack, so
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Dude, I made this in like 2 hours for the Cyber Tuesday. For Sachi. Yeah, it turned out great.
Yeah, it looks fantastic.
Sure did.
Just, I love the voice for it.
No, fuck it.
That's really well done. Fantastic.
Hey, it's one of those lunar guys!
I think it. Shit, he got a gun! It's from. I believe the game this is from Astral Chain and has PBR and everything. So I set up the PBR, and then
that's the
this
base that
weapon.
Horizon has, right?
Yeah, it is.
Corona uses that shit. Yeah.
And then this weapon is from Sketchfab, and it's a really good weapon. I've seen it as a Fallout 4 mod even. And so I'm like, oh, really good to use, because pipe. And also like a
Yeah.
like a small saw, right? It's really good. This also has PBR too. This has all of its textures and everything.
I figured out how to rip
Yeah,
from
dude. So if I can just
Fallout, by the
go,
way.
and then,
So if you-
you're gonna help me.
Oh my god, no.
What is that? What the? Oh my god.
That's Commando-y boy.
That is amazing.
Dude, I hate how it has the panda mask, the fucking earring, the everything. You look, shoot him. Just everyone, kill him. Kill him.
Yo, you hit that fucking, that Choppy Molo stomach right there. Steal his luck, one trip into a mall.
Don't take my drip.
Design this thing. You just like give your swig a trip, and I'm just like, absolute.
God. I need a better modeler than me to like help me export a model so I can use it because I really want to. I can do the texture work. I just need to get that fucker in the VR.
I recognized it. I was like,
Yeah, first you need the
fucking hat from Blackberry.
Thanks everyone for coming by. I'm gonna wrap up the stream right now and just hang out with some people. I will be back tomorrow evening with the onsen. Thank you, and see everybody.